watching Nice TV, the home of joy.
Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda shule. Hata wewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda kazi. Na ujenzi wa taifa, kwani hicho kiini hasa kisababisha njaa. Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda shule. Hata wewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo saa za kwenda kazi. Uvivu ni adui wa ujenzi wa taifa, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa. Ndugu yangu kumekucha, amka wende shamba, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa.
Asante.
Hiyo elimu ndiyo msingi baba.
Kwa njia ya heshima na unyenyekevu mwingi, ningependa kutambua kuwasili kwa mawaziri wetu wanaotenda kazi katika wizara mbalimbali katika serikali yetu tukufu ya Kenya. Tuwakaribishe kwa makofi wa mawaziri wetu wanapojiunga nasi. Makofi kwa mawaziri wetu wote wanaofanya kazi mbali katika taifa letu. Maroon Commandos. Commandos, kwa heshima naomba tumkaribishe naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Daktari William Ruto na Mheshimiwa Bi Rachel Ruto. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa naibu wa rais unapojiunga nasi katika sherehe hii ya leo, sherehe ya Mashujaa. Tumpongeze tena anapojiunga nasi kwa makofi Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais Daktari William Ruto na Mheshimiwa Bireto Ruto. Maroon Commandos.
Kama umepata habari, hata sidhani kama umepata habari. Hivi leo kuna magoma moto, hivi leo kuna magoma moto katika jumba letu la starehe, katika jumba letu la starehe. Kuna msakatu wasambale, kuna msakatu wasambale, unaoletwa na wana Maruni yeye, unaoletwa na wana Maruni yeye. Sidhani kama umepata habari, hata sidhani kama umepata habari. Hivi leo kuna magoma moto, hivi leo kuna magoma moto katika jumba letu la starehe, katika jumba letu la starehe. Kuna msakatu wasambale, kuna msakatu wasambale, unaoletwa na wana Maruni yeye, unaoletwa na wana Maruni yeye.
Maroon Commandos, wananchi watukufu, naomba kwa heshima sasa tumkaribishe Mheshimiwa Daktari Lazarus Chakwera, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, na Mheshimiwa Bi Monica Chakwera, wageni wetu wa siku ya leo. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi kwa heshima kuu wanapojiunga nasi siku ya leo katika sherehe yetu ya Mashujaa. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi Mheshimiwa Daktari Lazarus Chakwera, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, na Mheshimiwa Bi Monica Chakwera. Karibu sana Your Excellency. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi wanapoingia jukwani, wanapokelewa na Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Rais. Karibuni. Tuwapongeze tena mabibi na mabwana, mgeni wetu ajihisi kwamba yuko katika taifa linalompenda kama jirani yetu. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais. Maroon Commandos.
Uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni, nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni, lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka. kwani barua uliyoitupa nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Wisi na dada uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni. Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni. Lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka, kwani barua uliyoitupa nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sina dada uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni. Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni. Lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka, kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Siku gani dada utakuja nikugoje? Sitesheni, ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege ili ufike haraka. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi. Siku gani dada utakuja nikugoje? Sitesheni, ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia nauli ya ndege ili ufike haraka. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi. Nimekukosa mama, nimekukosa siku nyingi.
Asante sana bendi ya Maroon Commandos. Thank you very much. Asante sana bendi ya Maroon Commandos. Thank you.
Very good morning. We continue to bring you live proceedings from Wanguru Stadium in Kirinyaga County. Mashujaa Day celebrations 2021. Dignitaries have already made their way here. Among them, Malawi's President Lawrence Chakwera, together with other leaders who are here. Deputy President William Ruto, the ODM chief Raila Odinga, as well as Musalia Mudavadi, now making
kuzidi kuwakumbusha wananchi.
Naomba sote tusimame kwa heshima tumkaribishe mama wa taifa Mheshimiwa Bi Margaret Kenyatta anapojiunga nasi katika sherehe hii ya Mashujaa. Wapi makofi ya mama taifa? Mheshimiwa Bi Margaret Kenyatta anapojiunga nasi katika maadhimisho haya kwenye uga wetu. Makofi.
Kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa, peperusha bendera ya taifa la Kenya. Makofi, makofi, vigelegele, vigelegele, peperusha bendera kwa Mheshimiwa Rais. Makofi tena, makofi. Karibu, karibu Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Peperusha bendera, peperusha. Karibu, karibu Mheshimiwa Rais Kenyatta, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa gatuzi hili la Kirinyaga, uga huu wa Wanguru. Makofi, makofi, shangwe, shangwe. Karibu baba wa taifa, karibu utuongoze kwa sherehe za Mashujaa. Makofi, makofi tena. Peperusha bendera zetu, peperusha vigelegele kina mama. Shangwe, shangwe. Karibu baba wa taifa, karibu, karibu. Shangwe, vigelegele. Tumkaribishe baba wa taifa, vigelegele. Karibu Mheshimiwa Rais, utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Karibu, karibu baba wa taifa, karibu Mheshimiwa Rais, karibu utuongoze kwa sherehe ya Mashujaa. Makofi! 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 Karibu, karibu. Fungua.
Basi asante sana mwenzangu. Asante sana. Nitaomba tubaki tukiwa tumesimama wima kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Na tuungane sote kuweza kuimba wimbo wetu wa taifa, ubeti wa kwanza. Mkuu wa gwaride hii sasa akija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amri Jeshi Mkuu wa majeshi yote ya ulinzi ya Kenya ruhusa ya kuweza kukagua gwaride lililoandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi.
Guard of honor mounted by the Kenya Defence Forces, present and ready for inspection, sir.
Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza kuketi tafadhali. Anayemsindikiza Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni Mkuu wa majeshi ya ulinzi, Jenerali Robert Kiboti. bendera ya kikosi hupewa heshima ya hadhi ya juu. Unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa uwanjani, Mheshimiwa Rais akiweza kupeana heshima yake, ndiposa wananchi tunawakumbusha kiweza kutana na bendera hii, kuweza kuipisha, na iwapo umevalia sare rasmi za kiserikali kuweza kupiga saluti. Basi hivi sasa mkuu wa gwaride hii akiomba idhini ya kuweza kuondoa wanajeshi hawa uwanjani punde tu Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amri Jeshi Mkuu majeshi yote ya ulinzi atakapochukua nafasi yake kwenye jukwaa maalum. Basi kwa mila na desturi za kijeshi, bendera ya kikosi sharti kuwa mbele ya gwaride unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa, kala officer pamoja na parade RSM. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa amri hiyo, to your duties by the left quick march. Wanajeshi hawa wanaondoka hivi sasa uwanjani baada ya kuandaa gwaride la kufana siku hii ya leo ya Mashujaa katika uwanja huu wa Wanguru, ili kuweza kuzidi kudumisha ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya, kuhakikisha kwamba mipaka yetu iko salama masaa 24, anga letu liko salama masaa 24, na hali kadhalika fuo za bahari zetu ziko salama masaa 24. Mheshimiwa Rais, mkuu wa gwaride hii ni Luteni Kanali Andrew Ng'ang'a, anayebeba bendera iliyo fahari ya kikosi cha 9 cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Luteni daraja la 2 Mawira Ndiga, kikundi cha kwanza cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Kikundi cha 2, Mheshimiwa Rais, cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Kikundi cha 3 cha jeshi letu la wanaanga, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Kikundi cha 4, Mheshimiwa Rais, cha jeshi letu la wanamaji, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Parade Adjutant Captain Alex Kiprop Kipkogei. Weka alama jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Muziki umekuwa ukiporomoshwa na bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi. Chini yake Kanali Martin Namboka Makadia, Senior Drum Major Warrant Officer 1 Lucas Okot, akishirikiana naye Warrant Officer 2 Ben Murray, Sergeant Mwai Gatama na Sergeant Hassan Mohamed, wakiondoka hivi sasa uwanjani baada ya kutuletea muziki uliopangwa ukapangika siku hii ya leo katika sherehe hizi za Mashujaa, gatuzi likiwa gatuzi nambari 20, mojawapo ya magatuzi 47 ya jeshi letu, taifa letu la Kenya. Nitampisha mwenzangu Achanga aweze kutuletea tamasha za ndege zetu za kijeshi.
Asante sana mwenzangu Ben Misango. Mheshimiwa Rais, inafuata sasa tafrija za angani na wanakuja uzuri kabisa na wanajeshi wetu wa anga wakiwa ni ndege aina ya Tukano zikiwa zinapuliza moshi mweupe kuashiria kuwa kila kiko sawa. Tuwapigieni makofi wanapopita mbele ya jukwaa la rais. Hawa ni vijana wetu hapa nyumbani ambao ni wapata mafunzo hapa na vile vile wameweza kuhakikisha kuwa kila kitu kiko sawa hapa kwetu nyumbani. Ni ndege aina ya Tukano ambazo kwa mara nyingi hutumika kwa minajili ya kuona kuwa mafunzo yako sawa kabisa. Ndio hawa wanaenda uzuri kabisa wakitomekomea upande wa pili. Ndege ambayo nitakuwa nikitarajia sasa hivi ni ndege aina ya Tiara ambayo inakuja uzuri kabisa kwa mbali, inakuja ikiwa imebeba bango kubwa kweli kweli. Wanakuja taratibu kabisa wakiwa hawana wasiwasi kabisa kuashiria kuwa kila kitu angani kiko sawa. Bango kubwa kabisa ambako umbali naweza kuona wameandika hongera Mashujaa. Tuwapigieni makofi wanapokaribia karibu na jukwaa la rais wakiwa wamebeba bango ambao kwa kweli una ujumbe mwafaka kabisa, ujumbe ambao unaelekeana na siku ya leo ambao unasema hongera Mashujaa. Tuwapigieni makofi wanapopita pale kabisa uzuri kabisa. Ndege aina ya Tiara wanaenda uzuri kabisa upande wa kushoto wa uwanja wakiwa hawana wasiwasi kabisa, wakiwa wameshikilia angani. Mheshimiwa Rais, wakiwa wanatokomea, tunafika mwisho wa tamati wa sherehe za siku za leo za majeshi na ninampisha mwenzangu ili aweze kuimaliza.
Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio utakuwa mwisho wa tamasha zetu za kijeshi kwa pamoja. Ningependa kuwashukuru flag staff wetu Major Ismail Olwal, Major Peter Etiang, Defense Forces Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Koranga, Kenya Army Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Karioki, Kenya Air Force Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Talengo na Kenya Navy Sergeant Major Warrant Officer 1 Haji Bwana, bila kuwasahau wenzangu hapa Senior Private Wekesa Warrant Officer 2 Achanga, pamoja nami jina langu ni Kopro Misango Mbaye, nikiwarejesha moja kwa moja hadi kwake Bwana Peter Wanjohi.
Asanti sana wenzangu kutoka kwa majeshi ya ulinzi. Naomba sote tuwe watulivu kwa maombi. Tutaongozwa kwa maombi ya kimila na mzee Njeru Rubeni akiwa pamoja na wazee wa baraza la wazee wa Agikuyu na wazee wa Kiama kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga.
Thai thadaya gaithai,
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 Thai thadaya gaithai.
Ngai wa Kirinyaga, we utuongerere matuko tugakorwo muoyo muthenya uyu wa Mashujaa Day. Rathima muthaki wa bururi uyu Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta na thirikari yake na aria monde mabeto wathani bururi uyu matungatage na wibokeku na matungatage na kio. Thai thadaya Ngai thai,
Thai thadaya gaithai.
Ngai mwene Nyaga, twaguthaitha ũrathime andũ a Kenya arĩa marenda mbura ũtũbe nĩgetha mabiũ maitũ na mĩmera ĩrĩa tũkũbanda ĩbue kũbua nĩgetha ng'aragu tũgĩe na mbũna. Thai thadaya Ngai thai,
Thai thadaya gaithai.
Ngai mũmbi watũbere ciana imwe colleges, iria ingĩ university, iria ingĩ secondary na iria ingĩ primary na iria ingĩ nĩ ironga irathime tondũ nĩcio Kenya ya mũthenya ũcio ũngĩ. Thai thadaya Ngai thai,
Thai thadaya gaithai,
thai thadaya Ngai thai,
Thai thadaya gaithai.
rathima mũgeni witũ president wa Malawi ũrĩa ũcerere bũrũri wa Kenya akiumagara na agĩcoka umutungagie munyaka waku thai thathaia ngai thai
thai thathaia ngai thai
turi agikuyu na mumbi thai thathaia ngai thai
thai thathaia ngai thai
turi agikuyu na mumbi thai thathaia ngai thai
thai thathaia ngai thai
turi agikuyu na mumbi thai thathaia ngai thai
thai thathaia ngai thai
kuroagira.
Asante, sauti kwa heshima, sauti. Atafuata sasa Mheshimiwa Rais Imam Idi Abdurrahman ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa baraza la maimam hapa kaunti ya Kirinyaga. Imam, karibu.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala ali Muhammad. Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu mwingi wa rehema na mwenye kurehemu. Mwenyezi Mungu Mola wetu mtakatifu, tunakushukuru kwa kutuleta mahali hapa kutoka sehemu mbalimbali ili kusherehekea sikukuu hii tukufu ya Mashujaa. Mola mtakatifu, tunakuomba uwe pamoja nasi kuanzia sasa hadi mwisho wa sherehe. Mwenyezi Mungu, tunamwombea rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Rais Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na viongozi wote katika nchi hii, pia tukiwakumbuka na wageni wetu waliotutembelea. Uzidi kuwapa hekima, busara na subira wanapoendelea katika kazi yao kuwahudumia wananchi wa Kenya. Mola wetu, ibariki nchi hii yetu ya Kenya kwa mvua yenye baraka, tuondolee magonjwa za kila aina, hasa wakati huu mgumu wa magonjwa ya kuambukiza. Tunanyenyekea kwako Mola wetu, tukitubu dhambi zetu. Utusamehe, utubariki, mahali kuna dhiki utufanyie wepesi, walio wagonjwa pia waponya Mola wetu. Utukinge kutokamana na mabalaa na mipango yote ibilisi muovu, na utuletee amani katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mola mtakatifu, Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuomba tukiikabidhi na tukiiweka sherehe hii mkononi mwako, tunakuomba kwa unyenyekevu utuendelee kutubariki, utulinde, utuongoze, na mahali utakapokosea ama kuteleza Mola wetu, usiwe mwenye kutuadhibu. Utusamehe na ulete rehema yako, na tukiomba rehema na amani zimshukie mtume wetu Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Amin, amin, amin.
Atakayetufungia sasa ni Askofu Joseph Kibuzwa, askofu wa kanisa la Kianglikana Diocese ya Kirinyaga.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we pray for Kenya and all who live in it. In your eyes, all Kenyans are Sujas. Let unity prevail among the Sujas in this nation. Bless our President, His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, all leaders and all Kenyans. We uplift before you, Lord, His Excellency Dr. Lazarus Chakwera and the citizens of the Republic of Malawi. Anoint us, O Lord, that we can be advocates of peace and love. Let the works of the evil planners of terrorism come to nothing. May satanic schemes against our president and the Kenyans be defeated in Jesus' name. May our transport system be safe. Bless this nation so that all may have access to affordable health care, including vaccines for coronavirus. God, may you restore our economy. Broken souls, drug addicts, broken families and communities. Deliver us from enslaving cycles of poverty, exploitation, gender violence, and destruction of nature. Mwathani, we uturaga tene na tene. twina ngatho ni tondu wa gutube muthenya uyu tukunguire guku Kirinyaga. Tukuboya ati ageni aitu ni mekwamukira irathimo ciothe cia kaunti ino itu ya Kirinyaga. Tukuboya ati irathimo cia muthenya wa muthi ni ikunyururuka Kirinyaga ta njui iria nene cia kaunti ino itu. Twambiriirie na rui rwa Thagana, rwa Muthambi, Rundu, Rutui, Mukengeria, Kiringa, Thiva, Kamwana, Nyamindi na Rubingase. Tukuboya ati utugi wa Ngai ni ugutuhumbira o ta uria miti ikoragwo igumbeire mutitu karima ga Kamuruana na karima ka Murinduko. Mwathani turaboya ati ageni aitu ni ukumabutia na nimekugura mucere witu wa guku Mwea, nimekugura kabua na majani meitu, nimekugura matunda ona mboga iria tukuragia guku Kirinyaga kuma thoko-ini citu. Na riu tukuboya ati kirathimo kia Ngai uria uturaga tene na tene ni gigukorwo iguru ritu. We pray that Christ's righteousness will shine upon us this day and scatter the darkness from before our path. And the blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be upon us and remain with us always. Amen.
Asante Askofu. Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi, na Mheshimiwa Mama wa Taifa Bi Margaret Kenyatta, Mheshimiwa Lazarus Chakwera, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, na Mheshimiwa Bi Monica Chakwera, Naibu wa Rais Mheshimiwa Daktari William Ruto na Mheshimiwa Bi Rachel Ruto, maspika wa Bunge la Kitaifa na spika la Bunge la Seneti, Jaji Mkuu na Rais wa Mahakama ya Juu, mabalozi na maafisa wakuu wa kidiplomasia, gavana, viongozi na wananchi wote wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga, wananchi wa Jamhuri tuipendayo ya Kenya, mabibi na mabwana. Mheshimiwa Rais, upande wako wa kulia tunao mashujaa wanaowakilisha mashujaa kutoka pembe zote hapa nchini. Naomba kwa heshima mashujaa tuweze kusimama na tuwashangilie tukiwakaribisha hapa uwanja wa Wanguru. Karibuni sana mashujaa wetu tunao waenzi. Na kabla Mheshimiwa Rais, ni mwalike mwenzangu Kennedy Kimani atuongoze kwa kipindi kifupi cha burudani. Naomba sote sasa tuelekeze macho yetu kwenye runinga kwa makala ya Je, Wajua?
Je, wajua? Wajua kuwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ametilia maanani suala la kuwapa wananchi vyeti vya kumiliki ardhi. Tangu tujinyakulie uhuru hadi mwaka wa 2013, ni hati milioni 5.6 za kumiliki ardhi zilizokuwa zimetolewa kwa wananchi. Lakini katika miaka 9 ambayo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa uongozini, jumla ya hati milioni 5.3 zimetolewa kwa wananchi. Serikali pia sasa imeanzisha mfumo wa kidijitali katika masuala ya ardhi almaarufu Ardhi Sasa, na hivyo basi kurahisisha utoaji huduma kwa wananchi. Juhudi hizi za Rais Kenyatta zinanuia kuhakikisha wananchi wanachangia vilivyo katika ujenzi wa taifa bila wasiwasi ya kupoteza mashamba yao. Je, wajua? Wajua kuwa mradi wa Mwea Irrigation Scheme unazalisha 70% ya mchele nchini Kenya? Mradi huu unazalisha mchele aina ya basmati almaarufu aromatic pishori metric tani 1114 kila mwaka, ulio na thamani ya shilingi bilioni 9.6. Mradi wa Mwea ni ekari 25,000 na umeunda nafasi nyingi za kazi, kwani takriban wakulima 11,000 wanajishughulisha na kilimo hapa. Ujenzi wa bwawa la Thiba ulioanzishwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta utaongezea kilimo katika ekari 10,000 hapa Mwea na kufikisha ekari zitakazozalisha chakula hadi jumla ya 35,000. Ekari hizo 35,000 zitaongezea mavuno ya mchele kutoka metric tani 1114 za sasa hadi takriban metric tani 200,000 kila mwaka.
Sasa wajua. Na mimi hapa pia sasa najua. Mheshimiwa Rais, sasa nitamwalika mwenzangu Kennedy Kimani atuongoze kwenye kipindi cha burudani.
Asante. Abai mbona wanjobi nindagucokeria ngatho cia mwanya nikumbe binda riri ndongorie mutaratara uyu wagucanjamũra ni monde nandu monde ma Kenya. Asanti. Kwa heshima naomba niwakaribishe kwa kipindi kifupi cha burudani ambacho kitahusisha wasanii kutoka kaunti ya Kirinyaga na pia kutoka kaunti zingine jirani ambazo zinatuzingira. Tuko nao wacheza ngoma tamaduni ya Momboko, wasanii wa Mugithi, wasanii wa Kigosho, wasanii wa Benga na wasanii wa nyimbo za Injili. Lakini kabla ya hayo, hii ni sauti ya mwananchi.
Simama Wakenya wote simama.
Sauti ya mwananchi.
Simama wewe shujaa simama.
Uhuru akukuja hapa, sisi tabeba na mkono hivi. Sitaki anyange chini kwa sababu hiyo mtu anapatia sisi mali mingi. Alikuwa sisi na njaa, lakini wakati Uhuru alikuja, alipatia sisi shamba. Sisi alitupa hii njaa.
Mimi nasema Rais President Muigai Uhuru Kenyatta ametufanyia mambo hii Kisumu ikakuwa Kisumu City.
Nataka kushukuru president wetu sana ambaye ameshikilia hii mradi sana na akaingililia mpaka Wakamba wapate maji. Namshukuru sana.
Nakushukuru sana rais wetu Uhuru Kenyatta ulipofika hapa Kibuyuni 2019 ukatusaidia kilimo chetu cha mwani.
Nashukuru sana Kenyatta. Ameleta maendeleo sana. Ameleta kazi ya stima. Nimeshukuru sana kabisa. Amesema asante Uhuru. Ameleta maendeleo.
Sisi watu wa Kirinyaga tunasema ni asante sana kwa kuwa umetundia barabara, umetupea maji, security iko sawa, matibabu na pia umejenga mahospitali.
Your Excellency, umefunuliwa mambo hayo na Mungu na tunashukuru sana kwamba utatuongezea. Wacha hii Uwezo Fund iendelee.
Ujumbe wangu kwa Rais Kenyatta ni kwamba pongezi sana kwa kazi nzuri uliyoifanya. Infrastructure ni the most and the best thing to do in the country. Na hivi ulivyotufanyia sasa hatuna la kusema isipokuwa asante sana.
Mtu hana macho ndio haoni. Lakini rais ametuletea maendeleo. Hapa hatungekuwa tunafikiria siku moja tutaona hospitali.
Wewe rais wetu, ninakushukuru kwa ajili ya kukumbuka ukulima wa maziwa. Kwa hivyo asho lengo rais lang migiramayane nkai.
Na sasa tupate burudani.
PPMC Production.
Gukunguira njamba kitu chaita iria ciaroire weri Gukunguira njamba cia weri ciaroire mbara niguo tiri witu ndukore makinyarire kamagaitwo thakame niguo tukorwo haho muthi. Nituikaranagie na thayo nondu maruaga niguo tuikarage na thayo. Bururi wa Kenya ni witu tuiothe mundu mutongu na mutheni. Tukureana tukanyua tukireithagia mahiũ maitũ nacio ndingori maburoti nyũmba ya mũmbi njamba citũ itikariganĩre. Harambĩ 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 woi harambĩ akire na Jomo Kenyatta. Waigua kĩarĩra ndĩ Mashujaa, nĩtũkenere mũthenya
ũyũ twĩna wĩyathi ona thayũ mũthenya mũnene na twainũka tũinũke thayũ waigua kĩarĩra nĩ Mashujaa nĩtũkenere mũthenya ũyũ twĩna wĩyathi ona thayũ mũthenya mũnene na twainũka tũinũke thayũ
PPMC Production.
Kenya bũrũri witũ mwega mũthaka ũtonga witũ ndũngĩhithĩka nĩ maithe maitũ merutĩire ũkĩoneka nĩ njamba citũ cierutĩire ũkĩoneka
Mũtongoria witũ nĩ kĩonereria atĩ ithuothe nĩ tũiganaine atumia na athuri nĩ tũiganaine ithuothe twĩna thũmbĩ ya Mashujaa.
Wewe shujaa
Mini shujaa nĩ tũnyitane hamwe tũthiĩ na mbere
wewe jaba
niende jaba tushikane pamoja tusonge mbele.
Thengio mũno mandagĩtarĩ aitũ nĩ kwĩrutĩra ngoro na mwĩrĩ makĩria hĩndĩ ĩno ya korona mwĩ njamba citũ mũrorathimwo Akenya nĩ tũrutaga wĩra na kĩo arĩmi ateng'eri ona ithuĩ aini mandagĩtarĩ arimũ ahũri mũbira inyuone nĩ tũmũtambũrĩte mwĩ njamba sababu wewe shujaa
Mini shujaa nĩ tũnyitane hamwe tũthiĩ na mbere
wewe jaba
niende jaba tushikane pamoja tusonge mbele. Nĩtũhĩmbĩrĩtie ũrũmwe witũ nĩtwendaine na twĩna thayũ kabira ciothe Kenya twĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe nĩtũtũũria ũrũmwe ũcio ta Mashujaa.
na inyuĩ mũgitagĩra bũrũri witũ kaingĩ mũikagia mĩoyo yanyu ũgwati-inĩ mbirarũ citũ na borithi Ngai aromũteithia mwĩ njamba citũ mũtingĩriganĩra wewe shujaa
Mini shujaa nĩtũnyitane hamwe tũthiĩ na mbere
wewe jaba
niende jaba tushikane pamoja tusonge mbele.
farafara ciothe cinywe thitima nĩ nginyu guothe macukuru twagĩirwo guothe na no wĩra wa njamba citũ ũcio nĩ wĩra wa njamba citũ ajenda iria njano irathi na mbere mathibitarĩ gwakwa nginya icagi-inĩ Polio kĩibanda mawĩra makoneka njamba citũ nĩ bau tũthiĩ na mbere nĩgĩa kũu ithuothe nĩtũkenete biũ Uhuru Kenyatta mwĩna tongoria othe Ngai amũrathimage na mũgitĩre nĩ wĩra mwega mũrutĩire bũrũri na mũmenyage inyuothe mwĩ Mashujaa sababu wewe shujaa
Mini shujaa nĩtũnyitane hamwe tũthiĩ na mbere
wewe jaba
niende jaba tushikane pamoja tusonge mbele
sababu wewe shujaa
Mini shujaa tushikane pamoja tusonge mbele.
Miaka 50 nena na ebirite
mashini ya korigita shukuru jitosie sawa ciana ithomewega yuthie karuto mungetho igataro tekinika uria kumeria tiri uria gutua kenyero rumanyambo Gikuyu kiugire ati igana wereire yakwa Uhuru wa Kenyatta tugukugana urio giti-ini
Sisi wa Kenya pamoja tusonge mbele alilinge misie na kufuri ubera ni mote sisi wa Kenya pamoja tusonge mbele maendeleo ni tuonete na yuko hamwe na hurumwe sisi wa Kenya pamoja tusonge mbele najivunia nchi yangu kuruhama na foroli wakwa umoja wetu ni nguvu yetu tusonge mbele kwa pamoja
Abai Kenya, abai Andoito, abai Tunde, nitendane
PPMC Production.
Kenya yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, mimi mzalendo, nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, mimi mzalendo. Kenya yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, mimi mzalendo, jukumu langu, napenda Kenya, mimi mzalendo.
Foroli wakwa, penda yakwa, thank you guys, shale por Kenya, foroli mwadaka, nayo ni guapa, Kenya ni foroli wairia na oke.
Foroli wekere ira woiganania, uigiriki hamwe na waragania.
Ukai muone, foroli mwega, ageni karibu, karibu sana.
Mimi ni shujaa,
mimi mzalendo,
nchi yangu,
jukumu langu,
mimi mzalendo,
mimi mzalendo. Adokuri ungeshitosha gitiri, muthemia kaine maturaine, murutaga wira mwega bururi-ini, na gutugitira kuma gwi thu citu.
tuikaranga na mwihoko muthenya, na nikio turutaga wira na kio.
Twiyumĩtie hamwe twake bũrũri witũ, tũnyitanĩre nĩguo Kenya ĩthiĩ mbere. Jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, mimi ni shujaa,
Akenya endwa damu boya, twende bururi wito Kenya bio.
Tupende nchi yetu na tuitunze, tuwe kielelezo kwa mataifa.
Ugatuzi wa rasilimali umewezesha maendeleo pembe zote, Kenya yote twafurahia. Umeweza rais wetu, salute. Jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, mzalendo, nchi yangu, jukumu langu, mimi ni shujaa, mimi mzalendo.
Wera mwega ndoronekana na wa maitho ti wa rũthiomi, mathibitarĩ, macukuru, mabarabara, bũrũri wothe.
Ũrĩmi bũrũri-inĩ nĩ ũgacĩrĩte, ng'aragu gũtirĩ, we ndũngĩũrwo guoko. Tũretĩĩra mũtongoria njamba, Kĩbarongoa wa Nguru Stadium.
Tuwapongeze tena wasanii wetu kwa makofi. Kwa heshima Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba sasa uniruhusu nimwalike gavana wa kaunti ya Kirinyaga, Mheshimiwa Anne Waiguru, atukaribishe kirasmi na kwa kifupi, halafu amwalike Mheshimiwa naibu wa Rais. Gavana.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and Her Excellency, the First Lady, Her Excellency Margaret Kenyatta. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Malawi, Lazarus Chakwera, and Her Excellency, the First Lady of Malawi, Monica Chakwera. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, fellow governors present here today, honorable cabinet secretaries present, Your Excellency, ambassadors and high commissioners, honorable senators, members of parliament and county assemblies, wananchi wenzangu, mabibi na mabwana, hamjambo. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to Kirinyaga County on this auspicious Mashujaa Day. I know some of you may have been to our county before. Some are visiting us for the very first time. I'm also told that some came just to see what it is about this small county that makes headlines so often. Whichever the case may be, I'm sure by now you have experienced the warmth and love of Kirinyaga people. Today we get to celebrate Kenya's Shujaas, the men and women without whom Kenya we love would not exist. We meet to celebrate those who make it possible for us to know peace and experience unity. We meet to celebrate the millions of ordinary Kenyans whose labor continues to build this nation's economy. We meet to celebrate our mothers and the unsung heroes who take care of their families through thick and thin. We meet to celebrate the youth, our Jeshi, on whose back much of this country is carried. We celebrate our healthcare workers and our security services for keeping us healthy and safe. We celebrate the myriad essential service providers, including the media, who have kept watch during the trying months of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, we celebrate our artists for their amazing show We meet to today. celebrate the youth all around our Jeshi, on whose back much of this country is carried. We celebrate our healthcare workers and our security services for keeping us healthy and safe. We celebrate the myriad essential service providers, including the media, who have kept watch during the trying months of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, we celebrate our artists for their amazing show today. All around us are Shujaas who deserve to be honored and recognized, and to each one we say, Asanteni sana. Your Excellency, allow me to share with you and the nation a brief snapshot of what the Shujaas of Kirinyaga have been able to do in the last 4 years since we were elected towards the achievement of the Big Four agenda. In order to attain food security and nutrition goal, we have been supporting our farmers to increase productivity through diversification of agricultural activities. So far, we have supported more than 500 farmers groups and close to 50,000 households to undertake various projects under our Wezesha Economic Empowerment Program. Each of the supported households are able to make an extra 1,000 per day under various value chains, which include production of 1 million eggs a month under poultry keeping, tomato, avocado, dairy and fish farming, beekeeping, as well as pig rearing. We have managed to increase the annual production of rice from 60,000 tons in 2017 to the current 113,000 tons. Under universal healthcare, towards the achievement, we have undertaken massive infrastructure and service delivery reforms in our health facilities. Our medical complex, which you'll be able to see shortly in Kerugoya town, and which in due time we shall be inviting you to open, is just about to be completed. The 342-bed capacity, 5-story complex will elevate the Kerugoya Level 4 hospital to a Level 5 facility, offering the specialized medical services for which residents are currently referred to other hospitals. The ultra-modern hospital, which has an ICU, HDU, an oncology center, and a burns unit, among others, state-of-the-art amenities, will be the first one in the region to match the standards of some of the country's most reputable private hospitals. We are also upgrading Kimbimbi and Kanyaga hospitals from Level 3 to Level 4. This is in addition to the 19 dispensaries we are completing and equipping in order to boost provision of primary health care at the grassroots. Your Excellency, we are celebrating this day at a time where our country and the whole world is grappling with COVID-19 pandemic. We are grateful to you for the support you have received from your government towards acceleration of mass vaccination among our residents. Through your help, we have so far vaccinated over 105,000 people against COVID-19 in Kirinyaga County. Your Excellency, in order to provide a conducive environment for our traders, most who deal in fresh produce, we have so far constructed 15 modern markets in various towns. We have also constructed about 25,000 square meters of cabro car parks and pavements in our major towns, and we are currently undertaking 30,000 square meters of cabro paving in Wanguru town. Kirinyaga County produces around 62,000 tons of tomatoes each year, a lot of which goes to waste. We're in the final stages of getting a clearance for a tomato processing plant. We are also constructing an avocado pack house and supplying our dairy farmers with milk processing equipment. Towards manufacturing, we recently repossessed 254 acres which had been illegally acquired. This land is strategically located in Sagana in close proximity to the railway line and Keno-Marua Highway. We have just completed the plans and designs to establish an industrial park on the land. Through collaboration between our county government and the Ministry of Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development and Public Works in your government, plans to construct about 100 affordable housing units in Kerugoya town are at an advanced stage. Your Excellency, allow me to appreciate the tremendous work you have done in our county and the region, and indeed the whole country, when it comes to development. The impact will not only be felt by the current generation, but the legacy will live on for generations to come. I recall when you visited Moya last year, Your Excellency, this stadium was just a muddy field, and that required us to wear gumboots in order to walk in. True to your promise that day, the transformation that the stadium has undergone is magnanimous, to say the least. Among other impacts, it will greatly enhance sports talent, development, as well as the country's economic growth. In conclusion, Your Excellency, we most humbly welcome you to tour our county, should your busy schedule allow. We invite you to witness a people in whom you have invested renewed hope, whose spirits and recognition of your love for them is palpable. Kirinyaga is your home. We treasure your leadership. We assure you of our unreserved support to your government. On behalf of Kirinyaga residents, I also invite all our guests to sample some of our rich heritage and the hospitality of the Kirinyaga people. As you visit, we invite you to see our famed Moya rice fields, which are not only breathtaking, but produce the best aromatic Bishori rice in the globe. Besides the Bishori rice, We also produce some of the best world-rated tea and coffee. And as a way of promoting our farmers, I invite you to buy a kilo or two of these products before leaving the county. For those who do not suffer hydrophobia, you are invited to try out kayaking, canoeing, and water rafting, which are offered in many of our resorts located along Sagana River. The river is recognized for hosting national and international water sports, and I'm sure you'll get an experience of a lifetime. For those who do not love water sporting, exploring other adventures such as zip lining, canopy walking, and archery will be just as good. I would like to once again thank you all on behalf of Kirinyaga people for bestowing upon us the privilege of hosting this auspicious occasion. God bless you, God bless Kirinyaga, and God bless Kenya. Before I sit down, Your Excellency, allow me to recognize just the presence of my colleagues who are here by just mentioning their names. I'd like to recognize the Chair of the Council of Governors, His Excellency Martin Wambora from Embu, Deputy Vice Chair of the Council of Governors, Your Excellency James Ongwai from Kisii, Excellency Francis Kememia from Nyandarua, Excellency Governor Nderitu Mureithi from Laikipia, Excellency Mwangi Wairia from Murang'a, Excellency James Nyoro from Kiambu, Excellency Professor Anyang' Nyong'o from Kisumu, Excellency Colonel Rasanga from Siaya, Excellency Mtahi Kahiga from Nyeri, and Excellency Ali Hassan Joho 001 from Mombasa. And also Her Excellency Anne Kananu from Nairobi. Deputy Governors present is Deputy Governor Peter Ndamberi from Kirinyaga and Deputy Governor Caroline Karugu from Nyeri. Before I welcome His Excellency the Deputy President to speak, Your Excellency, allow me to invite the Right Honorable former Prime Minister.
Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Mama Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellency President Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Your Excellency the Deputy President, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Muriega Andua Kirinyaga Avai. Your Excellency, we have here some other leaders from the opposition. We have here Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the party leader of ANC, Honorable Gideon Moi, Senator, the leader of KANU, Honorable Moses Wetangula, for Kenya. I would like to have my brother Musalia Mudavadi just say jambo. Karibu.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Madam Margaret Kenyatta, Your Excellency, the President of Malawi, and your better half, the Deputy President, William Ruto. Your Excellency, allow me to dispense with other protocols because there are quite a host of senior people in this gathering. Andu wa Kirinyaga muriega. Ohoro wanyu. Thank you, Your Excellency. For me, I just want to say that this is an auspicious occasion when we recognize and honor those who have contributed in various capacities to the being and well-being of our country. And they deserve the respect and accolades that this day brings for them and for the Kenyan people. I also want to take this opportunity to acknowledge that there is tremendous development in our country, and it would be important that this foundation is built on for the future as we move forward. I also want to call on peace and tolerance during this particular period so that we can work together as a nation and as a people, respecting the boundaries that the Constitution provides so that we respect everybody in our country. That is how cohesion will be built, and that is how Kenya will be built. Lastly, let me also convey an apology from Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who is out of the country and he would have liked to be here with us. But I know in spirit he's perhaps even watching what is going on here. I will end there and say, let us build Kenya, tuweke Kenya mbele, Kenya iwe kwanza. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Your Excellency, Mashujaa Day gives us an opportunity to remember where we are coming from and where we are going. It used to be called Kenyatta Day, but during the new constitution it was converted to Mashujaa Day to celebrate all the heroes who have contributed in one way or the other for the betterment of life of our country. Today we remember heroes like Wayaki Wahinga, who was buried alive by the colonialists. We remember people like Hari Dhuku, who was banished by the colonialists and detained in Kismayu. We also remember those Mao generals, Your Excellency, people like General Madenge, Kang'ethe, Kimathi, Kasam Jogu, Mware Mariama, na Baimungu, just to say a few, were not madmen to take up arms and go into the bush to fight the mighty British army. They were truly Kenyan patriots. Neither were the Gukunguira Six, led by Jomo Kenyatta, Fred Kubai, Kungu Karumba, Bilal Kagia, Paul Ngei, Achengo Neko. These were true Kenyan heroes of that time. Your Excellency, recently I visited Maito Mukami Kimathi, and she's sending her greetings to this audience today. And she says she's unable to come and join in this celebration because she's ailing. Some of the wounds inflicted during her detention in those days in committee, where she was also a guest together with Mama Ngina Kenyatta. Not many people know that Mama Ngina Kenyatta was also a political detainee in those days. So we celebrate these people. Your Excellency, this region of our country contributed immensely to the struggle for independence of our country. When the state of emergency was declared, people from this area had to carry passbooks to move around and get movement permits. Your Excellency, I'm carrying here a passbook that is called Kikuyu, Embu, Meru passbook. And it reads that this gentleman, his registration number was 1621, Simon Warorwa, son of Ngugi, tribe Kikuyu, district Fort Hall, location Gatanga, chief Ndungu, and sublocation Rugeda, and occupation clerk. It says permit to move from one place to the other. This is what inspired the people to rise up against the colonial regime because of the humiliation. Your Excellency, we celebrate heroes like Bishop Gitari from this region, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Michere Mugo, Wangari Maathai, Ken Matiba, Charles Rubia, Reverend Timothy Njoya. We have here, Your Excellency, two ladies. One, the first woman to become a Chief Justice, Madam Martha Koome. She is a hero and how right she was in trenches with us during the second liberation. You have also here Madam Martha Karua, another hero. And then we have one of the first governors, women governors, Madam Anne Waiguru, governor of this great country of Kirinyaga. But Your Excellency, we have also other heroes in the field of music, like Joseph Kamaru, the late, John de Matthew, Gatorora de Samido, who are also great heroes from this region. Finally, Your Excellency, my hero, the former president, your predecessor, Mwai Kibaki. Mwai Kibaki must be celebrated as a hero in this country. When I said Kibaki Tosha, they said no Luo, they said Raila is finished politically. No Luo can vote for a Kikuyu because of what happened to Tom Mboya and Jaramogi. I went and told the Luos that there has never been a war between Kikuyus and Luos. That Kikuyus and Luos have been partners in the struggle for independence of this country. That Jaramogi, who said that Kenyatta must be the leader of this country. And Kibaki was a son of Jaramogi, who took him from Makerere and brought him to Kenya and made him the chief of executive officer of KANU. Your Excellency, the Luos voted to make Kibaki 98.5%, showing that this tribalism thing is very skin thin. But then, Your Excellency, Honorable Kibaki got an accident and could not campaign. You campaigned for Mwai Kibaki. We saw him on a wheelchair in Nairobi. We came with him from Githurai, through Thika, through Kenol, through Muranga, Kirinyaga, Kerugoya, Karatina, mpaka Othaya. Everywhere, these people, the people were saying, Raila, Mutongoria, Jamba. So Raila Odinga is a friend of the mountain and has been able to climb the mountain. I thank you.
Sincere apologies. I did not recognize in my protocol, and I'd like to recognize the presence of the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya, Her Ladyship Martha Koome, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, and the Speaker of Senate, Ken Lusaka. Allow me to also recognize County Assembly members from Kirinyaga County who are present, and the County Executive of Kirinyaga. It is now my singular duty and honor to invite His Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, to speak and invite the President.
Aya, asante sana. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri yetu ya Kenya, Your Excellency Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, Mama wetu wa taifa, Your Excellency Margaret Kenyatta, mgeni wetu na mgeni wa rais, rais wa nchi yetu ya Malawi, Lazarus Chakwera, and your dear wife, Monica Chakwera, Your Excellencies, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, the Speakers of National Assembly and the Speaker of Senate, the Governor of this great county of Kirinyaga, Madam Waiguru, and all the other governors present here, the former Prime Minister, former Vice President, former Deputy Prime Minister, Amiri mkuu wa majeshi yetu na wale wengine wote, mawaziri walio hapa, makatibu, ndugu wananchi wa Kirinyaga, hamjambo. Kirinyaga moriega, mwathani agocwo, Ngai no mwega, ende ciothe. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Asanteni sana. Your Excellency, I want to take this very opportunity to thank you for making the decision that national celebrations will not only be held in Nairobi, but it will be held in our counties. And thank the people of Kirinyaga for this beautiful ceremony. They have hosted you in this Kirinyaga Stadium. We came here, Your Excellency, you remember, 4 years ago, and this place was very muddy. Today, we have a world-class stadium because of your commitment to the development of our country. This Mashujaa Day, we celebrate the many people who worked so hard, paid a huge price for us to be the nation that we are today. We celebrate them for their selfless sacrifice that today makes us a nation. Your Excellency, we celebrate the heroes of now, our men and women in uniform, who keep our borders, our families, and our children safe. We celebrate our farmers who wake up early and sleep late to make sure that we have a meal on our tables.
we celebrate every Kenyan who wakes up early, get to work, pay their taxes, so that Kenya can continue to be a sovereign nation. Your Excellency, we celebrate you as our leader. The last 9 years has seen unprecedented transformation in our country. From the SGR to the almost 11,000 kilometers of new tarmac in Kenya, to the almost 8 million people connected to electricity, to all the transformation in our education sector. Your Excellency, your place in the history of Kenya is not only secure, but it is prominent. Your legacy as a transformational leader in Kenya will set the standard for the leaders that will come after you. Your Excellency, I want to give you our assurance, myself and my competitors here, that we will build on the legacy that you have set, and we will ensure that nothing that you will leave behind is left incomplete. We will build on it and make sure that Kenya goes to the next level. Your Excellency, I assure you that as your deputy for the last 9 years, God willing, I will make sure that your legacy and the agenda you have set of the unity of this nation and the transformation of our nation under the Big Four plan, together with the bottom-up approach, will take this country to greater heights. Your Excellency, this is a very important day for us as a nation, and you have set the standard for us. We will work together as a people in a peaceful manner, respecting everybody's right, being tolerant and peaceful, because we do not have another nation. This is the only Kenya we have, and it is our duty to protect it. With those many remarks, Your Excellency, sir, it's now my very humble duty to request you, Mr. President, to make your remarks and lead the nation on this Mashujaa Day. Sote tusimame, tumkaribishe Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya aweze kutuongoza kwa ghafla hii. Mheshimiwa Rais.
Asante sana. Na tuketi. Kirinyaga hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. Asanteni sana. Your Excellency, President Lazarus Chakwera, I want at the very onset to take this opportunity to thank you and the First Lady, Madam Monica Chakwera, for taking time away from your busy schedule to join us here today in Kirinyaga County to celebrate our Mashujaa Day, the day we remember and celebrate the heroes and heroines who fought for the liberation of this country, but also the heroes and heroines who in their everyday activity continue to make Kenya a great nation. So, Your Excellency, once again, thank you for accepting our invitation. And at this juncture, ningewauliza sisi wote tusimame, tumkaribishe mgeni wetu, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, aweze pia kunena nasi na kulete salamu zake kutoka wananchi wa Malawi. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, President of the Republic of Kenya, and Your Excellency Madam Margaret Kenyatta, First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Madam Monica Chakwera, First Lady of the Republic of Malawi, Your Excellency William Ruto, Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, and Madam Rachel Ruto, Your Honor, Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Her Excellency Annie Waiguru, Governor of the Kirinyaga County, and all governors here present, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, Muriega andu Kirinyaga wai. Habari zenu mwenzangu, saseni ni aje? Mko poa? Malawi na Kenya ni ndugu wa miaka mingi sana. Tangia wakati wa baba zetu wa nchi zetu, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta wa Kenya na Mzee Ngwazi Dora Kamsubanda wa Malawi. Mheshimiwa Rais, kuja kwetu leo kutembelea Kenya ni uthibitisho wa undugu wetu na umoja wetu. Naombeni wa Kenya na wa Malawi tudumishe umoja wetu, tujenge uchumi wetu wa nchi zetu, tusaidiane kudumisha amani katika nchi zetu na Afrika. Kwa niaba ya wananchi wa Malawi na kukaribisha Malawi, Mheshimiwa Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, karibu sana. Mungu awabariki watu wa Kenya wote. Asante sana. Your Excellency, this Mashujaa Day, I am honored to join you in celebrating those who fought for Kenya's freedom and continue to fight for Kenya's transformation at various levels. Today, Kenya's joy is Malawi's joy. For us, the struggle for independence in Kenya and Malawi is one of the things that binds us together. The struggle for independence in Kenya and Malawi was led by patriots who sacrificed their freedoms to safeguard ours. The struggle for independence in Kenya and Malawi was a fight against the same foreign oppressor. The struggle for independence in Kenya and Malawi was a battle fought in the same decade. It is therefore no accident that after the founding father of Malawi became its prime minister in February of 1963, the founding father of Kenya became its prime minister less than 6 months later. It is no accident that after Kenya gained her independence in December 1963, Malawi gained her independence less than 7 months later. It is no accident that within less than 5 years of Kenya and Malawi gaining their independence, the founding father of Kenya hosted the founding father of Malawi here in Kenya in a joyous October like this one today. Even today, it is no accident that when my government was deciding which road in Malawi's capital to upgrade to a multi-lane highway before any other, the obvious choice was the Kenyatta Drive that connects Malawi's House of Parliament to Malawi's largest hospital. Indeed, it is no accident that the city of Mzuzu in the north of Malawi, the city of Lilongwe in the center of Malawi, and the city of Blantyre in the south of Malawi all have at least one road named after Kenyatta. All this is because the founders of my nation wanted to make it clear for generations to come that those celebrated as heroes in Kenya's struggle for independence are celebrated as heroes in Malawi. And Mzee Jomo Kenyatta epitomizes all such heroes, and many that I am learning even today. The bottom line is this: whatever path you take to trace the history of independence in Kenya and Malawi, one fact is clear and indisputable. The struggle for independence in Kenya and Malawi did not just take place simultaneously, it also took place symbiotically. So by celebrating this day together, we renew our brotherhood in the struggles we face and share. By celebrating this day together, we rekindle the flames of love and friendship between our peoples. By celebrating this day together, we reignite the solidarity our nation's founders established between us. And by celebrating this day together, we rejoice in the freedoms that light our path into the future. And as I stand here with you all, I see that future. The future I see for our two nations is one of shared exchanges from shared hospitality. The future I see for our two nations is one of shared prosperity from our shared opportunities. The future I see for our two nations is one of shared victories from shared struggles. The future I see for our two nations is one of shared celebrations of shared heroes past, heroes present, and heroes future. It is we, Kenyans and Malawians, who must fight for that future. It is we, Kenyans and Malawians, who must pursue that future. So let us create that future, a future of peace, a future of transformation, a future of genuine love amongst ourselves, because Africans, this is the future we desire. Let us build that future. Let us birth it, if we please. Let us become that future. And God bless Kenya and God bless Malawi. Asanteni sana, mabibi na mabwana. Nashukuru sana. Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Tumpigie makofi tena ya kumshukuru. Asante na tuketi. Asante. Your Excellency, President Lazarus Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi, Your Excellency, Monica Chakwera, First Lady of the Republic of Malawi, let me once again thank you, Your Excellency, for taking time, accepting our invitation, and joining us on this Mashujaa Day. And through you, Your Excellency, the Governor of Kirinyaga, let me also thank, through you, the people of Kirinyaga for your hospitality and indeed the warm welcome that we have received to this beautiful county at the footsteps of Mount Kenya. This is the 10th time that we are celebrating our nationhood, identity and diversity away from our capital city of Nairobi. We have previously marked national days in other countries. We have been to Kisumu, Kisii, Nakuru, Kakamega, Narok, Nyeri, Machakos, Meru, and Mombasa. And today we gather here in the county of Kirinyaga to celebrate the makers of our nation. We celebrate all the men and women who laid the foundation stone of our nation. And we also commend all those Kenyans who made and continue to make extraordinary contributions to bring our nation closer to her destiny of being a better, more just, more equitable, and more prosperous nation for all. At independence, the makers of our nation sought to secure a nation devoid of exclusion, disunity, and oppression. Through their hard work, dedication, and sacrifice, today we are a thriving democracy. That generation of nation builders chose hope over pessimism, unity over division, faith over fear, and purposeful sacrifice over narrow interests of the day. When they encountered obstacles, they reminded themselves that an obstacle is what you see when you set your eye off the goal. But like the heroes of faith in the Holy Scriptures, some of those men and women died without beholding our free land or realizing their promise. However, they are immortal, as they will live on in the pillars of the strong and free nation that they built, and in the hearts of eternally grateful generations of Kenyans who followed them. Mashujaa Day is their day, but it is also our day to remember them, to celebrate them, and to renew our commitment to the values upon which our nation was founded. Celebrating Mashujaa Day in Kirinyaga County is significant for a number of reasons. Firstly, this county is named after the mountain of mystery, Kirinyaga. According to traditional folklore, the mountain of mystery was created as God's resting place and a sign of his wonder. After God created the earth, this is where he is said to have rested to admire his workmanship. This mountain, standing tall, was also not just a place of rest and a shrine for worship. It was also a place of renewal, a place of honest conversation, and a place for bonding and reconciliation. We can also note that celebrating Mashujaa Day in Kirinyaga County has a second historical significance, since this county bears the name of this great mountain, and so too our nation. According again to folklore, the naming came from one of the pioneer heroes called Chief Kivoi wa Mwendwa, born 240 years ago in 1780. One of the early colonizers who befriended Chief Kivoi was Dr. Ludwig Krapf, a German missionary from the Anglican Church Missionary Society. And on December 3rd of 1849, Chief Kivoi brought Dr. Krapf to Kirinyaga to behold this mountain of mystery. And when asked through an interpreter what the name of the mountain was, Chief Kivoi told the white fellow that the name of the mountain was Kenya. According to folklore, he pronounced it in a Kamba accent, but what the colonizer heard was Kinya. And from this conversation, the name of our nation, Kenya, was born 200 years ago. Kirinyaga County is therefore at the heart of a very rich heritage as a nation. The development of the then Kirinyaga district, created out of the western part of Embu district in 1963, has closely mirrored that of the wider country, culminating with the advent of devolution. The 20th of October is a significant date in our history because in 1952, this was the day that a state of emergency was declared on our land by the colonizers, and hundreds of our founding fathers were arrested. But when our founding fathers, led by the likes of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Paul Ngei, Masinde Muliro, amongst others, overcame the darkness of the emergency period, a new order emerged. They had a three-point agenda that resonates to date. They declared war on ignorance, poverty, and disease. And today that war is still on. It is a war we have inherited, and a war that shall also bestow on future generations. The commitment, as declared by our forefathers, is a sacred obligation today, and it is so from one generation to the next. Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, representing the founding fathers, had this to say on the task at hand. And he said, and I quote, that our children will learn about the heroes of the past, but our task is to make ourselves the architects of the future. This is a challenge he posed not only to his generation, but to all Kenyan generations to come. Each generation must not focus only on past heroism, but it must also continuously strive to be the architects of their own brighter future. For us to become architects of the future, we must begin by protecting what was left behind to us by the heroes who liberated this country, and in particular, we were charged with a great responsibility of taking care of our territorial integrity. Since the dawn of our republic, on many occasions, we have experienced territorial aggressions to the sanctity of our borders. Some have been driven from within and others from without. But the message of our founding fathers to these aggressors was simple: not an inch less, not an inch more. And this is the message that must reverberate across the collective quarters that are bent on annexing any part of the territory known as the Republic of Kenya. The resolve of our founding fathers rings as true today as it did then. Not an inch less, not an inch more. And we as Kenyans say this because we are a nation content with our country's bounty and also content with the splendor within our borders. So, fellow Kenyans, the transformation of our security sector has without doubt been one of the most significant endeavors of my administration. We continue to add new arrows in the quiver of our national security by retooling the resources and capacity of our security agencies. This visible transformation of our security organs has been done in honor of their national duty of defending our sovereignty, maintaining our territorial integrity, securing our borders, and preserving our cherished freedoms and our way of life. As an affirmation of this, today, Kenya's police-to-population ratio is at its highest level in our history and is higher than the UN prescribed standard. Similarly, in the last 8 years, we have undertaken the most consequential and expansive modernization of our military in our nation's history. We continue to tool and to retool our security resources to the highest standards in order to keep our people safe and secure and to preserve our territorial integrity in a just, fair, democratic, and safe country for all. But aside to this, we have also invested in the welfare of those charged with our security personnel, which include a review of their remuneration, benefits, and other allowances, upgrading of housing, provision of insurance, and increasing the capacity of the health facilities used by our security personnel. In addition to what we have already done, we are also building an additional 4 hospitals to cater for them and their dependents in recognition of the heavy toll placed on them and their families. Fellow Kenyans, ladies and gentlemen, now I must return to the subject of being architects of the future. When our founding fathers charged us with this task, what they told us is that the future is not a destination out there waiting for us. It is a destination that we create, block by block. It is like an open book that you write, page by page, moment by moment. But you do not realize it until you are met by unexpected challenges. Challenges like COVID-19. And then all of a sudden, you are placed upon the horns of a dilemma. You can either choose to see obstacles in every opportunity or opportunity in every obstacle. This, fellow Kenyans, is the foundation of any successful nation state. It is about choices. Yet, it is in moments like this that the true character of a nation and a people is revealed. I am proud to say that with the COVID-19 crisis, our state of mind as a government has been one of finding opportunities in every problem occasioned by COVID. Instead of focusing on what is, we have focused on what could be. And this optimism by government, coupled with a basket of stimulus instruments, is what has thrust our economy into rapid recovery, while the global economy, we all know, contracted by an average of 3.6% last year. We managed to grow our economy by 0.3% over the same period, and this year it is projected to grow by 6% despite the ravages of COVID. In recognition of the extraordinary and exceptional nature of the pandemic, the government, as the guarantor for enjoyment of social economic rights, issued targeted responses to the pandemic to cushion Kenyans against the effects of the pandemic. My administration made various policy interventions with a view of putting money in the pockets of Kenyans. This included various tax reliefs, an 8-point stimulus program of some Kenya shillings 56.8 billion, and Kazi Mtaani to cushion our youth from COVID-related unemployment and other vulnerabilities. Today, this economic rebound is also reflected in the strong revenue performance, as at the end of September 2021, with the ordinary revenue of our country having increased by some 26.8%. There are many indicators which demonstrate how we took advantage of the opportunities and the problems presented to us by COVID-19. And we shall be elaborating further during our scheduled State of the Nation address in Parliament. But just to name a few examples. For instance, the management of the Kenya Meat Commission was replaced during the thick fog of COVID-19. The Department of Defense took 1 year to refurbish the commission and reopened it in April of this year. I am happy to note that in the 6 months, KMC got out of debt and increased the number of head of cattle processed a day from 8 to 185, 23 times what the old KMC used to process. Today, KMC is paying farmers within 72 hours for livestock delivered at a rate of Kenya shillings 185 per kilo for cattle. In fact, the previous commission had paid a total of Kenya shillings 52 million to farmers between the months of April to September 2020. By comparison, the new management of KMC that reopened the plant in April of 2021 has to date, in those short period, paid out a total of Kenya shillings 643 million, representing an increment of over 1,200%. Another area of transformation under the COVID duress is the tea sector. And the story of our tea sector is one that must be told. This sector has been the predatory grounds for cartels for many decades. But it has now been liberated, and its performance has started to improve. On account of the reform measures implemented by my administration, the price of Kenyan tea has increased by 42% in the last 1 year alone, and the minimum auction price of tea now stands at $3 per kilo, the highest price on record for the last 5 years. Indeed, it is expected that our tea farmers will receive a healthy bonus at the end of June 2022, signaling a return to the good old days of Chai Bora, Pesa Bora. In the coffee sector, again, I am pleased to report that the determined efforts of our government to root out corrupt cooperatives that have been predating on our coffee farmers have borne fruit. The revitalization of the new KPCU by government has brought healthy competition into the coffee milling activities. And as a result, farmers in high-yielding areas like here in Kirinyaga are now receiving upward of Kenya shillings 100 per kilogram for their coffee, up from the average Kenya shillings 25 per kilogram in 2019. Milk production is another area, and as part of our efforts to ensure a reasonable rate of return for our dairy farmers, my government introduced a pricing guideline, and this has seen farm gate prices increase from Kenya shillings 27 per litre in January of 2020 to a high of Kenya shillings 40 per litre as of September 2021. On rice, I did, when I visited Kirinyaga last, direct that the Kenya National Trading Corporation purchase all the rice, not only from Ware, but also from Kano Plains, for onward selling to our disciplined forces, prison services, as well as to our boarding schools. And I am pleased to confirm that last year, out of 6 rice cooperatives nationally, Mwea Rice Growers Cooperative sold the most bags of rice to government. And in fact, for every 10 bags sold to government, Kirinyaga farmers sold 7. And out of this, they realized a total revenue of over 1 billion Kenya shillings. And in order to promote our rice farmers, I did direct the Ministry of Agriculture to secure the continued purchase of the upcoming crop so that we can maintain and continue this transformation. But ladies and gentlemen, it is the transformation of our health sector that is probably the most phenomenal testimonies of how we transformed COVID obstacles into opportunities that expanded our health facilities. In Nairobi alone, we have constructed over the period and operationalized 15 level 2 and 3 hospitals in various informal settlements, through the Nairobi Metropolitan Service, and there are another 15 currently under construction. One of the unintended benefits of the pandemic is that we have increased, as a country, our ICU capacity by an impressive 502%, from 180 to 651 ICU-ready beds across the country. And similarly, our total hospital bed capacity as a country has increased by 47%, from 56,069 in the year 2013 to the current figure of 82,291 hospital beds spread throughout the country. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we have improved our oxygen generation capacity in all our public health facilities, from 3 million liters per day in March of 2020 to 32 million liters per day in October of 2021. We have further increased the number of reference laboratories that can test for notifiable diseases of international concern and public health importance from one single laboratory in March of 2020 at the beginning of the pandemic to what we have today, which stands at 95. Fellow Kenyans, I just wish to remind you that at the beginning of the pandemic last year, we used to ship our samples for testing in South Africa, and the result turnaround time would be anything up to 5 days onwards. Today, we have our own capacity. These strategic diagnostic investments have strengthened the country's healthcare system, especially in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and will propel us faster towards the attainment of universal health coverage and fortify our country's preparedness for future global health security challenges. The health workforce is a key pillar of every healthcare system, yet many times it turns out to be the weakest link, typically seen as a cost driver instead of an area for public and private investment in health service provision. In a bid to bridge the gap in human resources for health, the government has progressively recruited an additional 36,900 healthcare workers in the last 9 years, bringing total public health workforce to what it is today, 75,000 health workers. The mid-level healthcare worker plays a critical part and role in the health service delivery throughout all levels of care, specifically at the primary care level. And to this extent, we have expanded the capacity of our medical training colleges to train this critical mass of health experts from 28 KMTC campuses in 2013 to the current 71 campuses spread across 44 of our 47 counties. My administration has also put in place a comprehensive nationwide program to upgrade selected hospitals in all the 47 counties through provision of specialized modern state-of-the-art medical, diagnostic, and critical care equipment. Through the Managed Equipment Services project, whose objective was to improve access to quality specialized healthcare services throughout our country, under this project, we have identified and equipped 115 hospitals with various theater equipment, 101 hospitals with various radiological and imaging equipment, 14 facilities with ICU equipment, and 54 facilities installed and commissioned renal equipment for dialysis. Through this massive investment, 628,000 people have benefited from theater services. 587,000 people have benefited from dialysis out of the 577 dialysis machines installed, and 23,574 people have benefited from ICU services, and over 5.7 million Kenyans have been served using the 22 MRI machines, the 214 X-ray machines, the 83 CT scanners, and the 229 ultrasound equipment that we have installed in various hospitals. All these some investments have so far benefited over 6 million patients and saved our country an equivalent of 131 billion shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, just the other day, I opened the integrated is not just a first for Kenya, but for our entire sub-region. As a result, many of our citizens suffering from cancer will now have the benefit of early detection, leading to early treatment and cure, thus saving many lives. This, in addition to the millions of shillings that families who would have been forced to travel abroad seeking treatment for their loved ones will now save. 3 other areas have thrived despite the COVID dispensation. The first one is our robust infrastructure development. And indeed, to celebrate our Mau Mau liberators, a 582-kilometer road called the Mau Mau Road is under construction in their honor. And this will be the single longest road constructed in Kenya since independence. It runs through Meru County, from Kieni to Mara, through Embu County, from Kairore to Irangi, through Tharaka County, from Kibuga to Itunguru, and in central Kenya, it runs from Mudhidhi to Kiangwashe, and from Kembe to Mogumo Road. This is longer than the Nairobi-Mombasa Highway by 140 kilometers, and it follows the warpath taken by our Mau Mau liberators as they fought the colonizers. And once complete, roads will be able to connect to various parts of the country without necessarily having to pass through Nairobi. Another piece of infrastructure that I believe would make our founding fathers proud is the Nairobi Expressway. This is the largest expressway in Africa, stretching a total of 27 kilometers, running from Mulolongo in Machakos County to Rironi in Kiambu County. And from Rironi, plans are underway for another dual carriage that will soon be launched that shall run all the way to Mau Summit, traversing the Rift Valley. In total, we have had 7,991 kilometers of new tarmac road with an additional 4,800 kilometers currently under construction. The major flagship road projects include the Isiolo Mandera Road, Garissa Nuno Mudogashi Wajir Road, Lokicha, Lodwa, Lokitang, Nakadok Road, the dueling of the Kenol Sagana Marua Road, the expansion of the Mombasa Mariakani Road, the Garsen Witu Lamu Road, the expansion of Makupa Bridge and approach roads, the expansion of the Athi River Machakos Turnoff Road, the Ahero Kisii Sibania Road, the Kibwezi Mtomo Kitui Road, and the reconstruction of the Kitale Kapenguria Lodwa Nakadok Road to the border with South Sudan, to name but a few. The second area that has also thrived during the last 2 years is the digitization of our economy as a measure of improved governance. In keeping with being architects of their own future, young people drawn from all over the Republic are the driving force behind seminal programs that will revolutionize the way we conduct business in our country. This is a project that has been dearest to my heart, especially in being blessed with the opportunity of engaging and working and seeing the potential of our young men and women when given an opportunity. I will elaborate on this on another occasion, but today permit me to focus primarily on the land sector. For 125 years, our land registry was manually managed and very messy. In fact, some of this mess was deliberate, engineered to facilitate land theft and corruption. But with the help of this youth-led team, we have begun the process of digitizing the land registry. And what has surprised us, as we reference title deeds with geographical coordinates, is the historical fraud that has existed in our land sector. We have found private land titles to roundabouts in major highways, private land titles on airport runways, and all of this because titles were issued without reference to geographical coordinates, or what experts call georeferencing. To stop land fraud, therefore, we are now in the process of cleaning all title deeds to ensure they have a corresponding geographical coordinate, and this will help stamp out the fake title deeds and restore the sanctity of the title deed as envisioned by our founding fathers. The major advantage in digitizing our land registry under the system now known as Ardhi Sasa is that where it took you a minimum of 6 months to do a single land transaction, this has now been reduced to 48 hours or 2 days in the registries that we have digitized. Where once it took 1 and sometimes 3 months to obtain an official land search, the Ardhi Sasa system will give you a land search result in 3 to 5 minutes. And now, with digitization, we have the platform to ensure that every inch of Kenya is mapped and all areas eligible for allocation and issuance of titles have an accurate, secure, and fraud-free system of issuance. It is my belief that after digitization, issues of land titling will be sorted out once and for all. And I say so because my administration has already issued 5.3 million titles under the manual registry in only 8 years. That is equivalent to the number of title deeds issued by the colonizers and the first 3 administrations combined in a total of 125 years. So I believe that if we have achieved 5.3 million titles in 8 years under an archaic system, how much more will we be able to achieve once the national system is completely digitized? Added to this, we have taken the independence era dream of decent, affordable shelter and used policy instruments and incentives to make it a reality. One such intervention is that anyone registered as a pensioner can withdraw up to 40% of their pension and use it to get a housing mortgage. Additionally, we have exempted first-time mortgage holders from payment on stamp duty, and in addition to a range of incentives for developers who build units under the Affordable Housing Program. Further, and on digitizing our economy, in April of 2013, during my first few months as president, I directed the National Treasury to conduct a detailed survey of all chargeable government services to ascertain how many of these services were paid through digital means. The survey found that over a third of all payments to government were cash-based, presenting a high opportunity for leakage and abuse of the system. In one case, 60% of revenues were spent on making collections. By launching the e-Citizen platform in August of 2014, 350 government services have now been migrated to the e-Citizen platform. And in the 7 years since its inception, the e-Citizen has served a total of 27.2 million unique customers and collected over Kenya shillings 87.1 billion in revenues. Fellow Kenyans, our forefathers' quest for a just and fair nation for all will only be truly realized when we have every single service delivered through a transparent and accountable channel. Therefore, digitization is an important part of our endeavor to improve delivery of government services. Digitization aims to eliminate the duplication of efforts in data collection, processing, storage, and production of identification documents, which has been a feature of government operations since the dawn of our republic. Our policy interventions will also enhance the security of the current ID card through the implementation of a microchip electronic identity card that mitigates against emerging security threats such as identity theft, fraud in financial transactions, and the creation of false identities that are utilized in terrorism and other major crimes. This improved identity card will also be used as a secure travel document within the East African region. To those of you, my friends, who are used to analog systems in order to facilitate corruption, I tell you that the end is nigh, notwithstanding how many court orders you procure, hii itafika mwisho. To all Kenyans, for us to achieve most of these things under the COVID restrictions, I want to thank you. Without your civic responsibility, innovation, and resilience, none of this would have been made possible. From very early in the COVID crisis, I appeal to you to be your brother's keeper and to exercise restraint as we navigate through this unfamiliar enemy. And all of you, each and every Kenyan, made us proud by doing this. The vision of our forefathers was a nation free of ignorance. The remnants of ignorance will only be uprooted from our midst when we continuously build the capacity of our citizens to remain abreast with the demands for a rapidly changing world. It is against this backdrop that we instituted reforms in our education sector that led to the introduction of the competency-based curriculum, or CBC. As a mark of this seminal transition, we now have 2 cohorts of children in pre-primary and 5 cohorts of our children in primary school who are the pioneers of this groundbreaking curriculum. The grade 5 cohort has only 1 year to go before they join junior secondary school or grade 7. In total, we note that over 8.1 million children are now part of the program. As a caring government and one that appreciates the solemn duty of the state to prepare every child for their destiny, we will continue enriching the curriculum to ensure that our children sharpen their talent and maximize their opportunities in keeping with our vision for a holistic growth of every child in Kenya. And to ensure that we adequately prepare the country for the next phase of CBC, which is the junior high school, and to further facilitate the 100% transition from primary to secondary, I hereby order and direct as follows: that the Ministry of Education, jointly with the Ministry of Interior and the National Treasury, shall establish a framework for the construction of over 10,000 classrooms needed to provide the additional learning space for the 1 million new students set to join junior secondary. That the National Treasury engages Parliament to appropriate 8 billion shillings towards the construction of classrooms, and that the construction of these classrooms be undertaken by local contractors within the vicinity of each school so as to provide further stimulus to local economy, and that the payments for the construction of the said classrooms be remitted directly to the contractors in their respective sub-counties. This initiative will tap into the skilled manpower within the counties, empowering locals with enhanced economic opportunity. And fellow Kenyans, to address the gap of the remaining 10,000 classrooms across the country, I call upon all members of the National Assembly to stand together in solidarity with our children by prioritizing allocation of the CDF towards school infrastructure. The timely program provides additional momentum to my administration's prioritization that no child is left behind in the transition from primary to secondary school. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to build back better, we are witnessing recovery in the economy, with its rebound being attested by all leading economic indicators. They all point to a stronger economic recovery beginning in the present year. This rebound is a result of the gradual reopening of our economy, especially the service sector, coupled with stronger global demand. This recovery is reflected, as I said earlier, in the strong revenue performance for the quarter ending September 2021, which saw our ordinary revenue increase by 25.8% and amounted to Kenya shillings 441.8 billion, amounting to a collection of Kenya shillings 17 billion above the target that had been set. The first and second stimulus packages were designed by my government to ensure that our economy would endure the shocks occasioned by the lockdown measures implemented in the early stages of the COVID-19 pandemic. With significant progress registered in the containment of COVID-19, I believe it is now time to shift our focus from survival to coexisting with the disease. And in that regard, my administration will be rolling out the third financial stimulus program designed to accelerate the pace of our economic growth and to sustain the gains that we have already made. I announce, therefore, that effective the 1st of November 2021, new stimulus programs targeting the key productive and service sectors in 13 strategic interventions that cover agriculture, health, education, drought response, policy, infrastructure, financial inclusion, energy, and environmental conservation. The first intervention is the tea subsector. To safeguard the gains made by the tea subsector, the National Treasury will allocate 1 billion shillings to support the fertilizer subsidy for our small-scale tea farmers. The second intervention is in the sugar subsector. To safeguard the livelihoods of farmers within our nation's sugar belt, I direct the National Treasury to allocate an additional 1.5 billion shillings in aid of the sugar sector that will be appropriated towards factory maintenance and payment of farmer arrears. The third intervention is the coffee subsector. In acknowledgement of the pace of the ongoing reforms in the subsector, the National Treasury to allocate 1 billion shillings to the Ministry of Agriculture to be appropriated towards the completion of the ongoing interventions in the coffee subsector. The fourth intervention is the livestock sector. Noting the effects of the ongoing drought situation, the National Treasury to allocate 1.5 billion to support the communities affected by the ongoing drought, especially in our ASAL counties, as part of our national livestock offtake program. The fifth, also applying to the livestock sector, and in order to secure a reduction in the prices of animal feeds, I direct the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, jointly with the National Treasury, to issue within 7 days a framework that will facilitate the reduction of the cost of animal and chicken feeds. The sixth intervention is in education. As I have said earlier, and noting the success of our administration's policy on 100% transition from primary to secondary education, Kenya shillings 8 billion to the Ministry of Education for the CBC Infrastructure Expansion Program. The seventh intervention is in health, and to ensure access to medical coverage across our nation, and as part of our universal health coverage program, the Ministry of Health will move with speed to establish an additional 50 new level 3 hospitals to be situated in non-covered areas and densely populated areas across our nation. And I further direct the National Treasury to allocate a sum of 3.2 billion shillings for the immediate construction of these medical facilities, again using local contractors so that the effect is also felt on the ground uko mashinani. Is the National Sanitation Program. We started this program to harness the energy of our young people and to give them a buffer against COVID-related unemployment. Noting the success of Kazi Mtaani program and its effect in enhancing opportunities for youth across the country, we direct the National Treasury to allocate Kenya shillings 10 billion for the third phase of Kazi Mtaani to be rolled out in all counties, with priority being given to densely populated areas. The above measures should inject an additional 25 billion shillings into our economy. These new initiatives complement ongoing state interventions that are expected to sustain the momentum of recovery within the year's growth rate projected to be at 6%. The ninth intervention is on energy and petroleum. Being fully aware of the positive strides being made in our economic recovery, the gain stands the risk of being eroded by high energy prices. And to address the plight of our people, I do direct that the Ministry of Petroleum and Mining, jointly with the National Treasury, to develop by the 24th of December a framework for stabilization of petroleum prices so as to cushion Kenyans against the turbulence caused by the current volatility in fuel prices, and that B, the Ministry of Energy shall secure the full implementation of the report of the Presidential Task Force on review of power purchase agreements that establishes a pathway for the reduction of electricity prices by 30% by or before the 24th of December this year. I look forward to Kenyans being relieved of the burden of high tariffs by Christmas Day. The 10th intervention is in the banking sector. The transformation of our economy and the emergence of our nation as a financial hub is as a result of the efficiency secured by technology. The gains we have made in digitization of our financial processes and transactions have made it possible for us to better track and trace illicit flows of money. In view of these, we remain committed to the anti-money laundering and the combating of financing of terrorism CFT frameworks stipulated by the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, POCALMA. These include the requirement for financial institutions to report cash transactions above US dollars 10,000. However, it should also be recognized that the implementation of the framework by banks has been onerous for micro, small, and medium enterprises, and cash still remains an important payment channel for MSMEs, representing 80% of all their financial transactions. Therefore, accordingly, the implementation of the cash transaction requirement by banks has not been facilitative of the operations of MSMEs, and to some extent has inhibited their growth. And in this regard, I further order the National Treasury, after consultation with other stakeholders, to immediately cause the upward revision of the cash transaction reporting threshold from the current mark of 1 million shillings, applicable to both withdrawals and deposits by customers. The financial institutions, however, will retain their reporting obligations to the Financial Reporting Center. The 11th intervention is to access to credit. Over the last decade, we have developed a robust credit information sharing mechanism for the banking sector, which enables Kenyans develop a credit history to enable them access to cheaper credit. This is an important pillar for pricing of loans. The COVID-19 pandemic, however, has adversely impacted businesses, particularly MSMEs, and as one of the COVID-19 emergency measures, we did previously suspend the listing with credit reference bureaus of borrowers whose loans were non-performing at the beginning of the pandemic. This suspension lasted for 6 months, from April to September of 2020, and provided relief, particularly to medium, small, and micro enterprises during the pandemic period. However, some of the MSMEs continue to struggle to get back to a sound footing following the adverse effects of the pandemic. So in that regard, and to further augment the interventions that we are making to give micro, small, and medium enterprises reprieve, I further order the National Treasury, in consultation with stakeholders, to secure the following additional measures to provide further space for recovery of micro, small, and medium enterprises. That the relevant authorities will, for loans less than 5 million, effect a moratorium of listings in CRBs for a period of 12 months to the end of September 2022. And further, borrowers with loans below 5 million and below, listed on the CRB from October 2020 to date, will not have that listing incorporated in their credit reports for the next 12 months ending September 2022. In addition to foregoing measures, and to accelerate our economic recovery, I also urge all banks and financial institutions to accommodate customers who seek to restructure their banking facilities. The 12th intervention is digital financial services. In recognition of the importance of digital financing services, especially to the small-scale traders and the household at large, I do direct the National Treasury to engage all digital payment providers with the aim of deepening and expanding the use of the digital payment channels so that people can save more on their wallets and use them more. The 13th intervention is in the area of vaccine production. If there is anything that we have learned, not only as Kenyans but as Africans, from the COVID-19 pandemic, is the essence of self-reliance. As the first step towards this goal, we as a government have established a company to facilitate this venture in the name of Kenya Biovax Limited, and therefore the Ministry of Health should operationalize this company to build a form and fill and eventually manufacture vaccines in our country by Easter of next year. Fellow Kenyans, on the 29th of June 2021, during my 16th address on the COVID-19 pandemic, I pledged to the nation that by Christmas this year, we would have vaccinated over 10 million adults. Today, I am pleased to confirm to the nation that we are on course to realize this target. As of today, we have vaccinated 5 million adults. Owing to the compliance with the health protocols and guidelines on COVID-19, I have further noted with much appreciation that surge of infections has declined over the last 2 weeks, as characterized by the positivity rate of below 5% that has been registered over this period. I once again want to thank the people of Kenya for exercising an admirable degree of civic responsibility in this fight and truly being their brother's keepers. It is, however, important for all of us to appreciate that we are not yet out of the woods, and we must therefore continue to observe the containment measures as directed by the Ministry of Health, as this is the only way to sustain the gains we are making and guarantee the full reopening of our economy. I want to, at this juncture, particularly thank our Interfaith Council for their cooperation in steering the resumption of in-person and congregational worship, and indeed all our health workers and security officers for their commitment to duty during this particularly difficult time. So, fellow Kenyans, the National Emergency Response Committee on COVID-19 and the National Security Council have continued to monitor the evolution of the disease situation within our borders. And therefore, given the progress in containing this disease, the committee, jointly with the Council, has recommended a review of the existing containment measures. Accordingly, the number of persons gathering for in-person worship is now reviewed upwards from 1/3 of the congregants to 2/3, provided they adhere to all the health protocols. In the same regard, and by the authority vested in me as President, I hereby order and direct that the nationwide dusk to dawn curfew that has been in effect from the 27th of March 2020 be and is hereby vacated with immediate effect. Asante sana, God bless you, and God bless Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Basi kwa heshima naomba sote tusimame kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Ninaomba kwa heshima sote tusimame tafadhali kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa. Wacha malize ndio.
Asanteni sana. Baada ya hotuba ya Mheshimiwa Rais, nitaomba tuwe watulivu ili tuweze kutangaziwa itifaki ya kuondoka ya Kenya, na Mheshimiwa Bi Margaret Kenyatta wataondoka kwanza, na wale wengine tuwe watulivu ili tuweze kuongozwa katika itifaki. Tumhe nafasi Mheshimiwa Rais anapoondoka. Wale wengine wote tutatulia hadi tupewe itifaki ya kuondoka, the exit protocol. Anaondoka sasa Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta na Mheshimiwa Bi Margaret Kenyatta. Wale wengine tuwe watulivu tafadhali. Tutulie ili tuweze kuongozwa. Atakayefuata ni Mheshimiwa Daktari Lazarus Chakwera, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Malawi, na Bi Monica Chakwera. Tuwape nafasi hiyo ili waondoke kwa hiyo itifaki. Baada ya Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta kuondoka, utafuata msafara wa mgeni wetu Mheshimiwa Daktari Lazarus Chakwera na Mheshimiwa Bi Monica Chakwera.
Kilele cha maadhimisho ya Mashujaa, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akitoa curfew ambayo
leo mathiko maura niguo turabangite ri gutiri mundu wa thitima. Halo Jimmy, wajirire no ona mundu ngiturehera macini tondu muthuri ucio watumirwo hindi wengi okire na kindu mwari utangigotha kihike gwe agioka na speaker agirite thani thaburia mathiko ni maru cio tutigathikana niguo twara ukuri tutigathikana na andu acio muraiga ni mwamanete deposit na tondu riu mundu ucio ndiramuhurira thimu na ndarawera ni mwamanete macini na mathiko ni rucio ri mundu atatugeka atia riu mubangite tugacamba andu acio othe magoka ku mubangite tugacamba mundu ucio ndiramuhurira thimu araria uria kwenda na ndiramenya uria tugwika na mathiko ni rucio. Halo muhurire mathiko ni rucio utanjira ka mathiko tutigeka tondu wa macini. Ai hanini nyambe njari na mukurino we haha hanini no tafadhali mathiko ni rucio na ni turabatara nginya macini
muru niki gia kurakari ugo
ndaitare igwe ndi murakari muno rucio kwina mathiko na guko mucie tafadhali ndukahunjiri tha ici
ona tikihunjio ndigwo gitangika niki
mathiko mekuo rucio na turabatara macini kiharo mundu ura turathika mucie ni mundu urari na ki na ngumo riu twathirie mundu ngi microphone ingi hau na macini aturehire microphone nginya warikaga uguo mahiga makauma na already mundu ni ahetwo pesa cia macini agatira na hindi wengi etitio macini
na riko ni turonanite nawe mbere
niki
gukiri kundu ndateithikire muno na andu mangi guteithia piu
hau ni ndona gata turateithania riu
kundu ngiteithika piu ngukuhe namba yao nginya tha ici
atiriri mena
macini ciothe
macini
njega piu
tondu kuria turabangira gwikira mathiko ri ni kiharo kiega kinene uguo kinene
marehaga macini haria uri mena macini cia uthoni cia iruga inene cia mathiko ta mau mwinamo igongona o riothe ungikorwo wina rio ni mari itana kuhe namba ni kambuni njega muno ti ati ni andu o uguo ni andu mena nginya kambuni nene piu etagwo Nice Media Services ni kambuni tisi cia mundu kiumbere hagirwo uguo ni andu mangi guteithia
atiriri tutanathie muno ri no cioneke rucio
ti rucio ngukuhe namba yao oro riu wina thimu nyita 07? Andika 07. 28. 7. 88. 6. Likia na Kifugu.
Kifugu mugwanja.
Iyo.
Igiri inyanya.
Iyo.
Mugwanja inyanya. Ithathatũ na ithathatũ.
Tũhũre.
Wĩna maneko.
Mena macini ciothe. Nginya MC menake hau ũkareherwo nginya na bei nĩ bacĩrĩre. Ona ũtambĩte gũtũma ona kĩ. Mwaria nao macini ũgacikora hau ũguo. Hũra thimũ ĩyo.
Tondũ nĩ wahe namba rĩ, reke nyambe hũre thimũ na mũciĩ.
Hũra.
Nice Media Services. Aheani a motungata ma public address system mena packages ta silver package, bronze package, gold package na platinum package. O kũringana na mabataro ma igongona rĩaku ũrĩa rĩigana. Na thĩinĩ wa package icio ciothe hena backup generator. Oho nĩ maheanaga motungata ma ũmemerekia wa ĩmwe kwa ĩmwe kũhetũkĩra nenda-inĩ nĩyo live streaming. Hahoro makĩria hũra thimũ namba 0728 788 6 Kifugu 0728 788 660. Nice Media Services. Quality, powerful, nice sound is our priority.
Fanaka family is celebrating 5 years of success in business. And with that, we are happy to introduce to you our latest project in Koma, just 500 meters from the tarmac. And you know what? As always, Fanaka always delivers.
A good house is defined by its roof. A good roof is made of roofing sheets that are both beautiful and durable. At Pentamabati, we pride ourselves in producing the best quality roofing sheets that meet both aesthetic and functional needs. Our experts customize the sheets to the length of your choice. With Pentamabati, you have the best solution for your roofing needs, from single unit houses, estates to mega industrial buildings. Enjoy our 15-year warranty and flexible payment plan of 50% on deposit and balance on delivery. We offer free delivery countrywide within 72 hours. We are selling all tile profile mabati at an offer price of 650 shillings while stocks last. To place your order, call us on 0704 883 399 or 0702 883 399. Nyumba ni mabati na mabati ni Penta.
Shushu, wamesema hakuna harusi.
Kwa nini? Hapana, haiwezekani. Mamia harusi lazima itaendelea. Nani anasababisha harusi?
Kofi.
Sababu ya kofi.
Nasema Safaricom iko na 500 MB free kila siku. Sasa tunaweza kustream hii wedo.
Hi, Shosho.
You make it the bride.
Get 500 MB free kila siku and never miss a moment. Dial *544# to activate your offer. Browse bila was on Kenya's best network.
Sana nakula chips.
Oya, pesa hapo nyuma. Oya, bda, pesa yako. Oya, lipiaga Ronaldo pia wewe.
We, chanchangu siniweke.
Tulia.
Wow.
Unadondoka mwana fikakana.
Ni game ya mwisho, multibet ingiane ama ichomeke. Swali ni, utadondoka?
Katim kena melizwa, shukisha.
Dondoka visimpo na Odibets cash out. Wekelea bet, dondoka anytime. Odibets, bet extraordinary.
Ndio manake.
We kijana, kazi inaendelea namna gani?
Unaitwa nani kijana?
We, shida yako ni nini?
Kwani unaniharibia kazi wewe? Mimi sifanyangi kazi hivi, wapi mabati?
Nilikuambia mabati ndio najaribu kupaka. Wewe fanya kazi, wewe maliza na kupigilia bao ziiche, alafu mabati inakuja sawa sawa?
Ama niambie mzee?
Mzee unampigia mzee kama nani? Wewe ni nani upigie mzee? Fanya kazi yako bwana.
Unatuharibia kazi wewe.
Mzee ni nani kwaja? Anko, habari ya leo? Pia mimi niko salama kabisa. Mjengo iko perfect, mjengo inaendelea vizuri. Sasa nimekupigia. Nilikuwa nataka unaona ile pesa ulinitumia haikutosha ya mabati. Tunahitaji mabati kama 100 hivi. Najua sahi mahali naweza ziendea sahi. Si hivyo Anko, unajua mjengo inakuaga hivyo. Yes. Haya, naendea hata sahi. Wewe hapana, hata si lazima hata utume sahi pesa, unaweza tuma baadaye, lakini washa niende. Okay. Wewe Kenodia, uko job? Nataka nikujie mabati sahi tu. Mabati forte. Nitengeneze hapo bio. Hata kama hauna niangalilie kwa jirani ushukue, bora zifike forte. Alafu Anko yangu anakutumia pesa kwa simu sawa? Alafu kubuke dili ni ile dili yetu. Lazima unipatie hiyo ya juu sawa? Alafu pia kwa hiyo ya forte lazima nikule 10%. Good. Organize sahi nitafutie mkokoteni hiyo area.
Have you landed yourself in the hands of unscrupulous and unreliable contractors? Rhino Mabati is giving you an opportunity to make your dreams come true. We manufacture custom-made roofing mabati that saves up to 25% on off-cut costs. We customize size, color, and even design. Enjoy our after-sale service, which include free and fast delivery service across the country.
Kinyash!
We have several amazing brands, which include Brit Tile, Jamiz Tile, Roman Jamii Tile, Box Jamii Tile, and Jamini Tile. We are located in Kitengela along Namanga Road, and you can make your order now through our Facebook page, Rhino Mabati. For more information, visit our website at www.rhinomabati.co.ke. Rhino Mabati, the manufacturers of custom-made Mabati.
What if we told you there's a place where excellence meets professionalism and integrity? What if we told you there's a place where innovation integrates with technology? What if we told you there's a place where the arts meet the sciences? What if we told you that place is Zetech University? Excellence, professionalism, integrity, innovation, and technology are the pillars through which we deliver an unmatched approach in world-class quality education. Our graduates and our future leaders make some of the most sought-after professionals in their respective industries. We admit both self- and government-sponsored students for our master's, degree, diploma, and certificate programs that are accredited by the Commission for University Education. The moment you have been waiting for is here. Zetech University. Invent your future.
Shagarara.
nĩ tondũ ũtheri nĩ muoneku.
Nyitanagira hamwe na ithuĩ oro mũthenya wa kerĩ na wa gatano
kuma thaa 2 nginya thaa 4 cia rũcinĩ,
tũgatuĩkania nawe magathĩti
oro ũndũ ũmwe ciĩgiĩ ũteti na ũtongoria,
na tũkaranĩria ũhoro wa wonjoria hamwe na ũrĩmi.
Haha noho tũrĩroraga ciĩgiĩ gĩthomo na ũgima mwega wa mwĩrĩ,
na tũkaranĩria ũhoro wa makanitha na mawĩtĩkio matiganĩte.
Nyitanĩra na niĩ Cikũ wa Mwangi
hamwe na niĩ Ken wa Nancy.
Tabarĩra nĩ Cangarara,
ũtheri nĩ muoneku.
You're watching Nice TV, the home of joy.
Daleza Graphics Ventures rĩu nĩ ithuĩ twĩhotanĩire harĩ ũheani wa motungata ma DJs, photography, videography ona motungata mangĩ mothe makonainie na graphics design nĩguo ũthondeki wa indo ta poster, flyers, logos, business cards na ingĩ nyingĩ. Oho nĩ twendagia indo cia thimũ, computer na laptops, na ndũkariganĩrwo nĩ ithuĩ twĩkũranĩire harĩ online content writing na social media administration. Ũngĩenda kwaranĩria na ithuĩ hũra thimũ kũgerera namba itũ nĩyo 0714-729-725 ona kana 0713-996-950. Daleza Graphics Ventures, service to the fullest.
You're watching Nice TV, the home of joy.
Nĩ thengiũ mwĩrori wa Nice TV tugakunyita ũgeni o rĩngĩ. Nĩ wega ũthiĩte na mbere gũkorwo ũgĩtwĩrorera. Koguo nĩ mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Uhuru Kenyatta nĩ akorwo akĩrĩkia kwaria kũrĩa mwena ũrĩa wa Kĩrĩnyaga. Niĩ ngetwo Njũgũa wa Njikũ no mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ
ndarĩ wika tondu mena mundu ugwitwo Cikũ wa Mwangi na muthenya wa muthi tugukorwo tukiariria maundu matiganite megie kiria mundu ugwitwo President Uhuru Kenyatta akorwo akiariria no ndoria andu ingi megwetereire kana a Kenya megwetereire ni undu umwe ngwiciria hau niho megwetereire muno.
Hau niho megwetereire ngona kuria mwena-ini wa nenda cia ukinyanĩria kuria mwena uria wa Nice TV mekuragia Uhuru ariari uhoro wa kafyu nginya makamwiraga ambe atinie ari uhoro wa kafyu no ni undu mwega kuona ati bururi ni wakorwo kihinguro
na riu ngwiciria a Kenya ni megukorwo magithie kuria guothe mekwenda mathaa maria mothe mekwenda tondu kuona riu bururi ni wahingurwo ngwiciria riu ona economy ri ni gukorwo riu ikihinguka wega fiu
niguo ni tondu tukirora economy by the way ni igwete fiu ni tondu andu aingi ni makoretwo matigithitio mawira kuria mandikitwo ni makamboni mao ukona mundu wira wake ni waharire na akorwo akiutiga no riu thaici turehoka economy gwikinya ni mieri 3 uguo ni gukorwo igithie na mbere
tondu maita maingi ukoraga hihi mundu haria ararutaga wira ndarakionaga mbeca cia kuigana wekora mundu ni igire ka biacara ga kando na kau ararutaga hindi iria auma wira wekora hindi ukorari na kafio ni marahingagirwo muno tondu no nginya uhinge wira kindu thaa 3 kana thaa 3 na nuthu na niguo akinyete handu ugakora county imwe ni ciakinyaga ikahingwo ringi thaa 1 ugakora mundu wira arainuka thaa 1 ugagikora hihi maundu maria magirwo ni gukorwo magithie na mbere kana mbeca iria cia kando uronaga ri ndunaciora tondu no wakinuka mathaa maria utaramenyerete kuinuka
muno tariu andu a mukawari aria mendagia baari aria mendagia restaurant ri andu acio marari ahinyiririe fiu ni tondu andu acio makoragwo makiendia midnight kana utuku na me riu njohi cinyuaga utuku tondu mendaga kwihitha ndio manyua mehithite niki
ngwiciria mau ni maria magikagirwo hihi Dubai-ini tugwiciria maundu ta mau mendaga kumeka utuku matari na uthumbuka ningi mundu ndungithi gukinyua muthenya tondu
niguo ndukoneke
muthenya wi wira
niguo ningi he mundu wanjirire atiriri ndingikuwa bibi number 2 tuthie nake muthenya angionekaga kaba ndimukuye utuku nigetha utuko ndangioneka
gacungwa mathiana ko utuko
endira
mutumia nyumba
twihaha nigetha tuthie na mbere gukorwo tukimenyithia mwiroreri tukorwo tukimutaurira na nigetha akorwo agitaukiro uria gwakorwo githii kuria mwena uria wa Grufani kuria mwena uria wa Kirinyaga kuria Mashujaa Day ikuhanikaga muthenya wa umuthi.
Yes, muthenya wa umuthi mekuhanikite kuria mwena wa Nguru Stadium kuria ni mwena wa Mwea kuria gutongoragio MP waku etagwo Josephat Kafinga. Na gwiciria mundu ucio ni uma kuona okorwo ndanakorwo akiaria muthenya wa umuthi na ni wega tutarie mwirori witu umuthi kuma henderia thiguku ya muthenya wa umuthi yetirwo Mashujaa tondu hau kabere ni tukioi yetagwo Kenyatta Day na andu matiakoretwo makihutiriria hihi Mashujaa ari othe makoretwo hendio ya mau na muthenya wa umuthi yuma the 12th celebration niguo Mashujaa Day
Mashujaa Day niguo
na kuma henderia ya gicenjirio constitution ini mwaka wa 2010 na guki andu aria megwikinyetio kwa hihi mune mundu gwitwo president Uhuru ucio ni obviously tondu agikoragwo toingi no umamugeni umuthi
tuma na mundu gwitwo president wa Marai mundu gwitwo Chakwera na mena mutumia wake ni megwikinyetie ku wetagwo Monica Chakwera kana nake muthuri wake agetwo Lazarus Chakwera nio megwikinyetie muthenya wa umuthi tugikungwira Mashujaa na toguo wakigwa mbere-ini hau twamioi Kenyatta Day twa celebrateaga muno twa celebrateaga muno ni undu wa Kenyatta muno ona tutiaririkanaga andu aya maruaga nayo metagwo 6 Kapenguria
the Kapenguria 6
tutiamaririkanaga tene no riu twaririkanaga mundu ugwitwo Kenyatta ni tondu yetanagio nake Kenyatta Day no riu goka 2010 igicenjio igitwo Mashujaa Day yani kuririkana andu acio maruireire wiyathi uria twinaguo tondu ta riu tene tutingia memerekirio turamemerekia with a freedom no riu thaisi ntwarota kumemerekia acio nio maturumirire na no turore andu aria acio makorirwo makiruira wiyathi nigetha ukimenye
amwe a andu acio ni metagwo Kapenguria 6 na amwe ni mundu wetagwo Achieng Oneko na age metagwo Bildad Kagia Fred Kubai Kongo Karumba na hena mundu ngi wetagwo Paul Ngei andu aya ni makoretwo makenyitwo mwaka-ini wa 1952 mena mundu ugwetwo Mzee Jomo Kenyatta ni makorirwo makioho hindi yo na gwiciria thaa ici ni wega tukorwo tukimakungwira tondu they are real heroes na actually Mashujaa ni ritwa ria githungu die getirwo na githweri gwiciria ni undu githweri nikio the national language andu hagetwo Heroes Day ugitwo Mashujaa Day
riu hindi mametire na githweri ni riu githweri ni mundu ni ekuhota gutaukirwo wega
mundu othe nginya cucu uria wikuri amacinani
ni egukorwo akihota gutaukirwo wega na andu acio ni makorirwo makigera ruo-ini ruingi muno kuruirira bururi kundu mathia ungifata mundu Dedan Kimathi kwirekanaga athikitwe muoyo na ni ruo runene fiu magereire na nigetha matigirire ati bururi wa Kenya ni warugama nginya haria uri gukinya ati bururi wa Kenya ni uri na democracy kana wiyathi uria wagirire ati waigwa ni uguthie haria urenda guthie ni uguthie waigwa ni ugwika o ni urahota gwika o as long as ndura break law kana ndurathi against the law kana mugaru wa watho wa thirikari wewe sawa no wike undu wothe urenda
ni marutire wira wa bata muno no ko ni magirire mahinda marito na nikio muthenya uyu waigirwo kandu nigetha tukorwo tukimakungwira hindi ciothe mweri 20 wa 10 o mwaka ni tukoragwo tugikungwira andu aya megwitwo Mashujaa. They are our heroes na ni tukenagira undu ucio mekire ni tondu otogwo mundu ugwitwo Njogu auga tukoragwo riu tugithie twina freedom tukimenyaga gutire mundu ona umwe ungituria ndu wa kiria tureka andu aya megwikinyeti kuria mwena wa Kirinyaga wa Nguru Stadium ni hamwe na mundu gwitwo speaker wa bunge wa bururi mundu gwitwo Justin Muturi na speaker wa Senate uria witagwo Kenneth Lusaka mundu gwitwo former prime minister ona keithe ndakiuma
ai makuo ni kinyetie na ni akorirwo akiaria by the way na ni aria uhoro wigie urata wa Mount Kenya irikana Mount Kenya thais ni hot cake kana ni kairetu kairetu karahenia wakinya ni politics ni kairetu keharirie karenda gukorwo gakihikio na ni karetha muthuri na riu ni karete
na gwiciria ni gakengu muno tondu ungirora uria karethwo ni hakuhe atongoria othe ri ni keigite
othe maraibuthuka kuu marathie kuu guthie magitwaraga indo nigetha makionekana ni megukorwo makihiokia kairetu kuu na korirwo akiaria uhoro wa gukorwo na Fred kana urata agithondeka urata na Mount Kenya ikana Mount Kenya ni gicigo kirakoretwo gitigirite mundu gwitwo Raila Odinga kana maramuonaga uguo makaiga ona igaga mamwita kimundu koguo ni andu maramwitigirite fiu no thaa ici kuringana na uria kuhana tuge maundu ni marathi macenjetie tondu ona andu niguo marenda gukorwo makigeria mamenye atiriri mundu uyu tuiguaga ri kana mundu tumwitaga kimundu ri angiuga tumucagure ri no oke aturie kana ni atia guguthie but ni woni wakwa
wa mundu ugwitwo Njogu ti woni wa Nice TV ucio no woni wa mundu kiumbe na ucio no woni wa mundu ugwitwo Njogu no ni ma otoguo riga mundu ugwitwo Njogu Mount Kenya andu ani makoretwo magithie ku nigetha hihi makorwo makiona kana ni mekwigwatira kura cia Mount Kenya na tugukihoka hihi Mount Kenya ni megukorwo magitua itua iro mundu kura kwiragwo ni kihoto kia mu Kenya o wothe gukorwo agithii gwikia kura magithii gwikia haria ndebe-ini ri tugakimenya hihi hindi yo yakinya uria gugakorwo gugithie mundu ngi uma kuria mwena wa Kirinyaga kuria wa Nguru ni mundu ugwitwo mutongoria wa ANC
Mudavadi
mundu ugwitwo Musalia Mudavadi na gwiciria ni akorirwo ne mundu cio ni aririe
tuge ni aririe anini no maundu maria marathi na mbere gukorwo makiaria ri ndanaria muno no ni aririe hanine kunjuge uguo ni tondu mathaa matiuma ho
ku miongoni mwa watu
ku miongoni ni okiririo ni mundu gwitwo Raila Odinga na undu uria mathiete na mbere gukorwo kati makiarira no horo wigie siasa cia Mount Kenya hatiri undu ungi different makoretwo makiaria
na ni wega uguo tondu mutongoria wa bururi onake aumaga ikaro-ini kiu I mean munini wa mutongoria wa bururi mundu gwitwo Daktari William Ruto niwe mutongoria wa kiama kia UDA onake auma mwena ucio na ndi kana wena maundu maigana ona ungira mwirori hihi akorirwo akiaria
munini wa mutongoria wa bururi ri kiria akorwo akiaria ri ni akorwo agithii na mbere kana kuga ni arakungwira Mashujaa aya makorirwo makiruhira wiyathi aya matumite ati bururi wa Kenya ukorwo na freedom na ni akorirwo o akiuga ati akihutia uhoro wa bottom up nona na ni akorwo akiuga we eride ukorwo agisucceed mundu gwitwo Uhuru Kenyatta
wow agiko atierede gwika atia
go succeed kana gukorwo
akioya handu ha mutongoria wa bururi
Uhuru arikia matama make ma utongoria ri Ruto aiga eride kuingira no tukona muringana na uria mahinda meguthie
na ndiwe kana hihi ku ni megukionanagia mena urumwe tondu hau kabere ndui-ini turakoretwo tukigwa hihi andu aya ta mena njetukano andu harakinyete nginya kanitha igakiuga ni kuingirira nigetha ituike kana ikorwo ya kunyitithania andu aya eri kuria mwena wa Kirinyaga ndiwe hihi maundu wona maikairia atia we kuringana na uria wamona
kuringana na riboti ni atiriri andu acio maima na urumwe ona ngirora mundu gwitwo president Uhuru Kenyatta hindi akingirire ri nginya ngeithi ciuma sawa ona hatire gwiciria hati mundu wakorwo akihura politics na kuria cire umuthi uma muthenya wa gu celebrate na niguo maroretio ni mutongoria wa bururi ona atongoria Kirinyaga matongoretio mundu gwitwo Ani wa Iguru governor rikana ni gukoretwo na siasa nyingi ku Kirinyaga thiini wa gatagati ka Girisi women lab
na mundu gwitwo Girisi
makoretwo na ngucanio no ni marerio ni mutongoria wa bururi reku tu respect muthenyo kana tuhe gitio nigetha tuonanie atiriri muthenyo no afata ona aria mathire teneri mone muthenyo ni twawika atia ni turaukungwira uria kwagirire na koguo ni maroretio uguo na gwiciria ni marumirire uria maroretio ni mutongoria wa bururi
na ni wega
na mareretwo gutire siasa by the way na ni mahotire kufuata
na ni makorwo bururi witu wa Kenya twahota guikara uguo na discipline actually ni discipline ya hali ya juu na ngiko atongoritwo ni monania discipline theory gwihoka onaguo muingi wa Kenya ni ugukorwo ukioya mwerekero ucio kana makioya such an example maige discipline mahinda-ini nginya ona totha ici tuona hindi tugakinya githurano kia mwaka wa 2022 kana mwaka ukite ni magakorwo makiiga discipline tio tuona ngikono wirwo ndugeke undu no kaigwa ri ithe ndona ni atongoria maratongoria na muhano
in fact ri na ngiuga opinion yakwa ri ithuĩ andũ a gũkũ kiria ithuĩ andũ aya methi ri you know ni ithuĩ twiteaga
mwananchi wa kawaida
atongoria ni arata by the way no toguo turi arata nawe mundu ungi angĩingĩrĩra ri ataumia uguo niguo atongoria mako mahana ataenda wapigane huko
na toguo na gũkũ tukimonaga
atongoria ri na siasa ri ni ta mwanake akienda muiritu mwanake akienda muiritu huraga piripiri nginya agathukiria mwanake ucio ungi nigetha ndagakorwo akienda uguo niguo siasa cihana no uguo niguo atongoria mathia makahuranira ku no thaingi megukorwo magicemania na marie manyuanire gikombe kimwe na inyuĩ thutha-inĩ mutigo mukiuragana na aria ni mayukire utongoria koguo ni wega twirute nao muthenya wa muthi maruta wira mwega muno na makorwo matari na siasa we hihi weri we mwiroreri witu wa Nice TV we ni urarumia thayo kana ni warumia wendo rika no turume kura mwena wa Facebook Nice TV Kenya mwena wa YouTube Nice TV Kenya na mwena wa Twitter Nice TV Kenya mwena wa IG Nice TV Kenya na no wega
ndimaririkanie no makorwo magituhurira thimu kana magitutumira ndumiriri nguhi kuri namba itu ni 0728788660 ino kuno mundu angenda kwararia na ithue no akorwo agituma ndumiriri yake mwena wa WhatsApp kuri namba yo ndaheana nigetha onake tukiigue mawoni make makihana atia kana hihi we aroya undu uyu atia kana Shujaa wake hika muthenya wake wa Mashujaa ni akorwo akiukungwira uria hihi we ekwendaga na actually ngwihoka ni akorwo agikungwira wega onako hihi mauma thiri hindi ria mundu gwetwo mutongori wa bururi Uhuru wa Kenyatta auga curfew ni eherio na kwanja ti urigaga within 24 hours yero with immediate effect hau na hau kuga muthenya wa umuthi ti kana andu megukirara na goko makiorora bara tondu matiyo korwo na such a freedom
rira kwira umuthi ngari ona ndiwe jamu iguko ehana ate
ana no uria gucia no uria hihi rucio ugakorwo wi muthenya wa wira uguo hi andu makihota kuinuka tene magieterere weekend ikinye hindi yo hihi niguo andu magakorwo makiinuka those late hours tondu matierigite gukorwo na such freedom
no niguo na riu ri ningienda o bado o uguo wakiuga mundu ni athi hau agitwandikire ona okorwo atwandikire Shujaa wake nu ura celebrate muthenya uyu atia utwandikire hau Shujaa waku ni uriku na nigetha tukorwo tukimutambura haha mwena wa Nice TV rikana tutigagire ati no wamukira maundu mothe uria kwagirire na riu ri
njugu tamba ujere Shujaa waku nu tondu no wakiuga
Shujaa wakwa ri
mwereria twire Shujaa wake nu
ekujuga Shujaa wakwa ni mam ekoya mwena uria wa Murang'a Shujaa wake tondu kiuga ni my fans they are doing great job
absolutely
ni magenagia muno tondu tiganio haha ona ndigirũgamite haha by the way
niguo ungirakihewo uhoro akikomatiro
koguo ndia ma celebrate wega na njuge ni andu wega fi
your mom ekuria mwena wa Murang'a njugu kwanyu ni Murang'a
witu ni Murang'a
the county
ni Murang'a county
mwena ndui Murang'a ni Kandara
Gaisa Ngoroine na nikuo by the way ngumite ngereire ku ngiuma Kirinyaga by the way tukwambite guthii Kirinyaga nigetha turore rika turaire kuo ni undu wa mibango
ni turamutumite kuo muthenya wa ira na tutingira hotire guthii thuothe ni kuri na amwe mangiragitigirwa guku makihariria maria mangi ni
riu no tutwarithie na mbere uria maundu mathiete na mbere nigetha tukimenya
ona ni ngwiciria ni ungianjuria Shujaa wakwa
by the way ndariganiro ngwiciria ni ndakorwo ngienda muno by the way twire Shujaa waku
ni Shujaa wakwa ona ni nguga ni my parents mundu gwitwo my dad etagwo Mr Mwangi
niguo
ekuria mwena wa UK
niguo UK iriku ni kwe UK nyingi tari ndigwe haha Githurai ndigure he mundu ureta ati California no kutumohere twire ni UK iriku
mwena wa United Kiambu
Kiambu no haha
Kiambu
niguo
ni gwenda mukire ngeithi cia kwe haria hothe ari ni Shujaa wakwa tondu ni akoretwo akirugama nani maundu-ini maingi na gukendera nginya haha nginyete ri no effort yake mena my mom etagwo Emma amukire ngeithi nyingi muno ekuria mwena wa Murang'a
ngeithi few othe ona we wa Murang'a
ona ndi wa Murang'a na ni shabiki witu by the way
ni atwirораgira
no na aria metagwo silent listeners kana silent viewers ni wacio riu
koguo
ndarakia muno no
chini ya meza
no nginya hindi ciothe atigirire ni ingira guku kwa Nice TV na akorwo akirorera amenye uria maundu marathi kuma kiambiriria nginya hari ari komera
niguo na riu ri tugithii na mbere ni ati mundu gwitwo President Uhuru Kenyatta ni akorwo akiaria maundu maingi na ni akorwo akiaria uhoro wa COVID-19 akiuga ona hingurite curfew ni turabatara gukorwo tukimenyerera ni turabatara gukorwo tuki follow the protocols iria ciikiritwo kana mawatho maria magathikitwo ni thirikari magukorwo makihurana na COVID-19 kana murimu wa COVID-19 uthiete na mbere gukorwo ukiongereka ona okorwo ni akorwo akiuga within 2 weeks icio igiri cihetukite ni cikoretwo kana namba ya COVID-19 ikoretwo
iguru I mean ni ikoretwo igwa
koguo ni wega onoko ni iragwa ndiri rathira bado iyo within na wewe hau ri thiĩ na mbere ũkorwo ũkĩmenyerera
nigetha ndũgakorwo mũndũ eke ũrĩa abatie nĩ gwĩka mũndũ arũgame ithenya-inĩ rĩake okorwo nĩ wagĩrĩirwo nĩ gwĩkĩra barakoa kana karembeko ga kanua ũtigĩrĩre kau nĩ wekĩra makĩria ũgĩthiĩ mũingĩ-inĩ kwanja mahinda-inĩ maya tũrona andũ siasa nĩ irakĩhũrwo mũno ũguo ũgĩthiĩ mũingĩ-inĩ ũtigĩrĩre nĩ wekĩra karembeko ndũkariganĩrwo ona gũsanitize tondũ kana gwĩthamba moko maita maingĩ o ta ũrĩa kwahoteka maũndũ maya rĩu nĩ twamoire ta me maitũ twĩkoraga tũkĩmeka rĩu no watwĩkire mũtugo actually na ngwĩciria na mũrimũ wa corona wathira rĩ andũ no magathiĩ na mbere gwĩka maũndũ maya na rĩu tondũ andũ nĩ mamenyerire mask nguona ta tũgakinya handũ twĩkore tarĩ no
ndũkamĩtiga no tondũ wamenyerire kĩndũ wamenye no ta ũrĩa wĩkĩra ndũngĩthiĩ nja ũtarĩ nguo nĩ kĩndũ wamenyerire tarĩu niĩ rĩmwe nyumaga nja tarĩu ukona nĩ ndaima haya karirikana ndirĩ he kĩndũ ndathire
he kĩndũ raigua tarĩ
Gukunguira ona kũringana na health kuringana na ministry ya health ni raiga murimu wa kiria ri uyu gwatana ukaga na rukungu ni unyihanyihite ni tondu nyamu ino mask ni rakorwo ikigitira mundu kumana na mirimu teo ya asthma uguo ni nyihanyihite
ona homa ya kawaida ti corona ona homa ya kawaida ri kuringana na uria marauga ona yo ni nyihanyihite no ta uria by the way murimu uyu woka uguo ri andu ni makoretwo matari na matiyukitie uhoro wa gwikira mask muno na wakoraga mundu ni umire nyumba araririkana handu hanene muno ni ekwagirwo ni gwikira mask ukakora riu thaa ici handu ha kuririkana ni wagirwo gukorwo tari nayo murimu wa corona wona wagithira ri ugakora ni uthire nayo wikirite utekuririkana no ni ndeto njega muno andu guthi na mbere na kwigitira na president ni akorwo akiaria uhoro wegie gwaka mashukuru kuongerera mashukuru mangi 10,000 ni tondu riu ni urakimenya ni kuri na kindu kiragitwo junior secondary CBC iragukire na maundu maingi na riu ni undu wa ndeto yo ni kuri na mbeca ikuongererwo ni undu wa kigina kana kigina kinige kuongererwo ni niguo gutigirira mashukuru ni makorwo magiakwo makuigana na uga atiriri to nginya makwo ni andu akuma na kunene angiko we mwena wa Murang'a andu acio Murang'a me hau hakuhe na cukuru icio cirenda gwakwo ri acio nio mekuheo wira na ndeto no gakora ona ni ku boost I mean economy gwenda kuga immunity ni me ku boost economy ona ya local economy ni gukorwo ikiboostwo hihi wona andu acio makorwo makiheo wira
niguo ona ningi gukorwo tariu mundu makiaga guikara idle ona wici ni ukunyihanyiha ugicuthiria andu aingi matari mawira maikaraga uguo na mundu agakorwo agiciria maundu moru koguo ni undu mwega muno ni tutigaye gukorwo ati wina wira we wona neighbor waku ndari na wira we urathie gwetha mundu ungi ja wa bururi ati okia kurutire wira reku acio me hau kamaheaga wira na nigetha ona we ugakorwo ukikuria itura ryanyu kana county yanyu au faraga tuge wina kindu ta event uguo ugona andu matiro andu hau hanyu matirahemberia undu ucio no andu akunene nio marahemberia undu ucio koguo please like tugerie ku engage andu acio hau hanyu ni tondu andu acio ni abatana ningi maundu ni megukorwo makiagirira
exactly
na ni akorwo akiaria horo wa riri horo wigi wa gwaka irathi 10,000 na ici irathi cigukorwo cikihuthira 1 million na ciothe ri instruction yothe gukorwo ikihuthira 8 billion niguo makorwo makiheo tondu ministry ya education ri ero ikorwo ikiarania na national treasury ya ukina manyitane wega na nigetha ukinyaniria mubango uyu na nigetha gutigirira ati ciana citu ni cia thoma ririkana ino program kana nyamu ino ya CBC ni nyamu ndito na ni nyamu njeru
exactly
andu mekubatara kwibanga koguo ni rabatara irathi nyingi
na kuhemberia kindu kieru gioka no nginya gukorwo na challenges na ici ni imwe cia challenges iria hihi cingikorwo ho no mundu gwitwo munene wa bururi ni akorwo agikiaririria na tukona at least thirikari ni irebangite gutigirira ati gutiri mwana watigwo nja tondu ni mane kurabatara ni macukuru maingi tondu ni ugukora acio junior secondary ri he handu magathie makorane na aria marathie class 8 ugakora ni he handu magakorana uguo thirikari o toguo marebangite ni marabataraga irathi makiria nigetha gutigirira andu othe kana mwana o wothe ririkana mari na 100% transition mwana wothe uraimire primary school no nginya athie secondary school na nikio actually ukoretwo kiona mundu ugwitwo CS wa education mundu gwitwo ni Magoha akoretwo agithie ni arakinyaga handu agathie door to door kurura ciana iria itaigirire form 1 na twanona maundu hihi arekire ugakora ni araingiria mwana cukuru ugakora ni ma thirikari kugera ministry ya education magatigirira mwana ni magurira uko arabatara guthie secondary boarding ugakora ni matigira ni magura mathanduku kana uniform na gutigirira mwana ni ingira cukuru
Toro githomo ni kia bata na ririkana CBC by the way ni kumenya muno erari horo wa gwika maundu si ore turandikaga ibuku-ini tene okorwo mwana waku endete kuina music arikoragwo agika music okorwo endete undagitari uri mukoraga kuria kwina laboratory iria arahuthira nigetha ugakura na mwana waku taranda iria endete
exactly na interest ithu gwiciria 844 ti kumihura no gwiciria 844 ni rari na challenges nyingi tondu mwana ni urakoraga ndarahota kwimenya we fio no na ugakora no woragio we primary ukenda gutuika ki ukaugwa urenda gutuika actually andu ingi maugaga surgeon kana dagitari dereva wa ndege maundu mari andu ya makoragwo namo no ugakora mwana akirikia form 4 kiroto kiu ni kiorire fiu muria nda gutuika ki tha icio na ni murwaru ona ndaramenya ekwenda aumire kuri dagitari agituika nathi riu agatuika murwaru ona ndaramenya riu akienda gutuika ki wekora CBC ni ratuma at least ciana igikura mundu akamenya interest yake hari ari na agikinya hari agiru guko ni aramenya ni riu mwena uria ngurora ni wa ndagitari
ni aramenya niguo ndirenda
na tumaundu mareka ndika ni ucamanitie na ciana cia CBC
kagida acamanirie na kori mareka go hiki
aya
na ndiraiga ona ni ino koro CBC ino koro ndacoka thukuru ri no nyende wiko hiki ona ni Nyekia hiki riu tucoke riu no atara tucokete nawe CBC twiko hiki nawe ni undu wa ukenia
mundu wetwa njegu twanyitithania tuigana uguo ri ndukwira tutukaga athuri na atumia ona twana twanyitithania twi hari
iyo ni CBC tiga korora undu to gipasta akiugaga ati angikorwo ni wekire cha mama na cha baba we munini ati ndukahika bado ni ukahika there is a chance no eno CBC by then ya guteithia
no riu njuri ri kurekwo hiki ni undu wake
riu umenye malaria tuge riu okorwo murathoma topic ya marriage no ameno ngia o explain wega CBC ni ya ku explain
no riu mwana wa standard 1 kana wa grade 1 oi marriage niki arero horo wa marriage niki na no munini
akienda riu ri no ameno ngia iyo ni weraiga angikorwo kiria system iraiga uguo kana topic iraiga uguo we no nginya onio ino niki ithore tari utwera kiria okorwo ni ta ukero sore kiria plan kiria mumera nduramenya mumera niki tha ici CBC ni ugathii ukahanda mumera ucio ugatigirira nginya no aitire uria witagirio mayo kautwara nginya ugakinya koguo tita tene koguo CBC no ni ya guteithia by the way na ni nyamu njega muno koguo aciari aria marahurana nayo ni woni wakwa nguga ni njega
CBC yo ni njega muno ni guteithia muno ona mwana gukorwo akimenya na agakorwo ndanateanga mahinda maingi agicaria wira tondu actually irakuria mwana ugakora riri mwana agikinya haria ona ni akumenya kwiyandika tondu ena skills irabatie gukorwo ena cio onako ena maratathi ri ungimutuma handu no weke tondu tha ici ndirona magiaka he tunyamu nginya maraka mwana uria utarari CBC ri ni ungiramwirire ake mufira uria huragwo ni mwana wa maratathi ugacoka kohuo na nyira ciana cia 844 ri makiria muno cia matauni-ini ri matingihota guthondeka mufira ucio
ni tari ungijuria mufira uria wakago ri ndingikwira tondia ndathomire 844 na
uri mwe wa 844 uguo no hutitie
na mufira ndia kimenya uria wagithondeka uri ni ndahura gituthi kiria gia kihura mufira kiria ready made ucio niguo twagikorwo tukihura no uyu wa gwithondekera wakoraga ndiramenya koguo ni wega CBC tuge ni njega ni tondu ungifara tari muciari ndaritinda akiringiriria mwana tondu tari thimwe njemanagia na andu ukauria mundu weri kosi ino niwe wendete gwika akanja nime ino ti ndendete gwika no muciari wakwa ni aningiriirie nona ungiaga kwira ni ri taru ungi ndaguthomera ndagitari tha ici niwe uthia thibitari guthondeko nona na bati gukorwo tuika ndagitari ukora mundu ucio enda gutuika engineer tha ici areka catering ito ni erirwo ate ni mamu wao ino catering inio ina ena mbeca na niyo isia kuona wira of which riu no agiriria mwana uria kumenya talent yake no agiriria kumenya mwana uria gwika uria endete
na nginya mwate yanga mahinda agithie thukuru guthomera kindu atarenda
no menye kindu utendete ndugikaga wega
ndugikaga passionately nona kindu kwanja ureka wiyendeire na wirutire kana kindu kirakuma na thiini he handu ndirari muthenya wa irai ndiracemania na mwanake wiho we kende mwite muthuri
niguo
he tu indo arathondeka na ndamuthikangiriria uguo ri undu ucio rauma thiini wake na tondu ni ari na skill nikio ndamwita muthuri tondu we ni athomete indo icio cirathomo tha ici art
tene mathomaga art and something there
art and craft
mundu gwitwo ni John Woria no atwire uhoro ucio
John Lea wa Bethi
no atwire
no John Lea no akorwo ekite kiu gia tene kia art and craft
no anga mundu ucio ni munini
mundu gwitwo Ken wa Nancy mundu gwitwo Ken wa Nancy ucio no atwire gucia ni ekite art and craft na riu mundu ucio ndirakuhe uhoro wake ri wakora tunyamu tu arathondeka ri araruta wira mutheru wira muthaka ni kumba ombaga tu indo na mundu ucio kiumba ukona kaindo kau aromba ri kana kanyamu kana nyamu yo aromba ri aromba exactly kindu kiu kirauma gikio gwiciria hihi ona mundu no akiumbe tondu nikite art and craft
mundu ucio ni
araweka passionately ukona ni kindu kirakiuma na thiini uguo tugagicokeria ngatho kuri thirikari ya mundu ugwitwo Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta ni tondu wa ugwaririria noguo allocates some amount of money ni tondu wa cukuru ni kana ni tondu wa transition iyo ikire kuo ya CBC
na ningi ni akorwa akiuga atiriri bungeri ma make sure mbeca icio CDF ni ciakorwo cigikinyira thikiria ciakorwo cigikinyira ciana icio nuona tondu horo wigie kiria CDF andu ingi makoretwo atongori ingi makoretwo magiciria na cikaga gukorwo cigikinyira ciana ici kana basari ibatio ikinyire mwana
kana iteithie mwana na to mwana tu mwana uria mufataru actually he maundu makoretwo makihane kana ndi kana njogu kwanyu kuria mwena wa county ya Murang'a ni ukoretwo ukiona maundu macio ugakora riri mbeca ni iraheanwo no handu ciheo mwana uria mufataru ri ugakora mbeca icio iraheo mundu wina indo ugakirigwa atiriri mundu ucio na ndarafatara muciari wake no afford gukorwo akiriha school fees na boarding school na aige mwana ucio wega no ugakora atiriri kurathio na imenyano mwana uria urafatara tu uraheo ugakora ucio no arahinyiririka gukingetanwo mwana uyu ni ingatirwo na ni mwana mugi ndikano ukoretwo kiona maundu ta macio makihanika
ni mahanika na tihingo mambia ndingiuga ni hingo mambia tondu na hindi atwathomaga ri no faraga mwana uria urafatara school fees yo ndiramukinyira mwana ucio riu arakorwo maita maingi enja no menye ni apply te nyamu yo no tondu riu tata wa mundu kana mama wa mundu kana araruta office iria iraheano basari ugakora riu aria tata nio maragunika muno ukira mwana uyu unaona igakorwo ru stirakinya kuria ciagire koguo ni akorwo akiuria bunge ma make sure ni ciakorwo cigikinyanira wega kana mbia cio basari okorwo ni basari ya mwana uyu maheane gutari gucagura maheane na waragania niguo ku make sure mathomo ni makorwo magithii na mbere
ni ndeto njega undu ungi mutongoria wa bururi akorwo akiariria ni uhoro wigie urimi na ni twakorwo tukiona ni ahutia uhoro wigie urimi wa kahua urimi wa macani na korwa akiuga ni kwa allocate bilioni 1 billion ni undu wa kuheo fertilizer kuri arimi aya anini actually gwiciria ungirora thiini wa bururi witu wa Kenya ri murimi uyu munini no ukoragwo akiaffectwo ni maundu maria maingi marahanika tondu no ukoraga ndanona thoko kana indo ciake ni ciathuka
kana atwarire indo na indo bia ciake citina mucokerera wega
exactly tondu gatagati gake na no ri uragura ri hena mundu retwo broker na mundu uyu okaga ka broker murimi uyu munini ugakora mbeca iria hihi angiramukirire ta murimi tondu ru umenye ni urimite na no urari mugunda uyu mundu woka ha gatagati gake ri ndakoretwo agika undu ucio
ariaga tondu ni broke na ni uhoro muru muno gukorwo kiria bia cine cia murimi uyu munini utuka gwikira gwatiriri ati thamaki nini niwe heaga irio ino nene na eno nene niwe riaga ino nini no anyita koguo riu ugakora maita maingi aya tongoria aria mekuo mararia aya nini magatigirira ni mamahukia muno na ni undu muru muno mundu atwarite macani make ugakora ni watwara macani maku urokire ku thaa 11 tariu kuria mwena uria wakangi mamaroka thaa 11 mahuragira na kiria hindio mwikaga show ya Sangarara ri ni manjiraga turokire tene muno gukorwo tugika ati na ungeithirie kaire tukauga kimera ni ngukugeithia na makanjira marokire kuo tene biũ no ugakora ati ni meka ati ni marima macani na matwara na thutha-ini mbia ciao citinakinyira ugakora prices ya macani mauri
they are very low ona ikira mariha actually riu ri tubesa turia tunini urona ri
niguo
wagiri gutumanage tutiramanage ka tondu ka macani maya no marakubatara ri riu no marabatara guikara magikagwo maintenance
niguo
riu ugakora murimi aracokia mbeca ciothe mwena uria gutire kindu arakiona tukakihoka tondu mutongori wa bururi ni akiariria ona mbeca ici cia heanwo ri city kuriyo no ni ukoraga actually dronire muthenya ungi ukirwo irio ici iraheanwo cia relief ni dronire hena andu maracia tukiona news guku kwa Nice TV dronire kwina andu maratwika hihi ni maracio mioguo magacitwara kundu kungi na ti wega tondu mbeca ici ni cia guteithia mundu uria wi haria
cia guteithia mundu ucio munini ucio tarehota ni uru muno
na ni ndeto yake mbeca ici cia heanwo ni gukorwo kana icio cierwo ni ikuheanwo ni gukorwo igikinyira andu acio na fertilizer ici cieranirwo ri arimia ni magacia makira
ndimenyaga thikũ ici ni atia gwathire tondu tene ni ndonaga tukiheo ni ndona asusu makigira fertilizer tene ni ndonaga makigira na makiheo no hindio ciari cia gukihanda mbembe ndikikura kwa macani kana ni maheagwo na ndio kana thaa ici no ciheanagwo uguo ni wega uguo mundu gwitwo huru akorwo akiaria akorwo akiheana mbia icio andu ni make sure aria mahetwo wia watho ucio make sure ni mahota kuheana mbia icio uria kwagiriire niguo
na riria uhoro wigi sector ya sukari
niguo
na akiuga ni kuheana ciringi 1.5 billion aria matakoretwo makiriho mbeca cio tondu gukoretwo na complain actually andu makia kuriho mbeca ciao akuri uguo mwena wa iganda cia sukari
kuria mwena uria wa Western ungithi kuria mwena uria tari uria mwena wa Wasinigisu ndionaga ni mara complain muno bia ciao ciramakinyira wega undu ugatuma nginya iganda ici nginya cikagwa cigacoka thutha
ni kana no nginya mabatare workforce
irikana tungi produce kendo tari uria tura produce sukari ucio guku ri noguo turanyihia tax ya kuruta sukari ucio na nja bururi wa nanja kurehe nginya guku koguo turethondekera kindu gitu ni kiega muno na ndio niki kiarire a Kenya by the way ati gwituika ati thirikari yaga share nawe no nginya woe share yaku atondu niwe watuo chairman kana niwe watuo munene hau ndio undu ucio ndio kana ni mwega ni na gwiciria ni kuringana muonere wa kundu ucio ti mwega
na ne akorwo akiaria uhoro wa factory maintenance factory icio cia sukari ri ni gukorwo ikiheo mbeca icio ni tondu ikorwo kambuni icio cia sukari ikorwo igithondekwo hihi kuria cibatie guthondekwo kana kuria ciagirwo kurorwo ri ikorwo ikirorwo die kana wena ndeto enge mundu
ni akiaria uhoro wa livestock kana urimi wa mahiu kana kuria mwena uria wa kiria wa Sahara kiria Saharan counties kuria mwena uria wa Western kundu ta Samburu kundu ta Mandera Turkana Wajir kundu kuu ni gukoretwo na ng'aragu na actually ng'ombe kana mahiu mao ni makoretwo makiumia tondu riu unaona hindi ya hingo ya kiangazi ri kana hingo ya riũa ri niguo mahiu makoragwo magikua muno ni tondu nyeki ni yomire kana kundu kuu ri ni kundu kwina muthanga muno koguo ti kundu kuramera koguo ni akorwo akiheana 1.5 billion iria cigukorwo cigiteithiriria andu acio kana iria cigukorwo cikimateithiriria na nigetha gukorwo makiona irio okorwo ni irio cikagura na riu ni akorwo agiathana okorwo ni irio 7 days akorwo akiheana akiuga irio icio cikorwo cikinya wega uria kwagirire nona
itikage na kandu iguthira ha gatagati-ini
akorwo akiuga uguo na andu acio ngwiciria ni megũkorwo magiteithika kana kundu kuu gukoretwo na ng'aragu biũ na andu magakorwo magikua biũ ni undu wa ng'aragu
actually lately ni gukoretwo gugithi na mbere ni turona nginya ona nyamu nyingi ni ikuite muno ona tukirora thiini wa mohoro maitu ngwiciria tutiraga mohoro megie mwena ucio tondu andu ni turona magikua orondo mwe na mahiu mao ana ugakora turia tunini metigiirie ri tutiramaigana tondu riu ngwiciria ng'aragu ni ingihete na uguo mundu kuria no kahuna
ni ugacokeria
wagiro ni kwira Ngai ni thengio tondu kwe mundu handu utareka ati utarona gia kuria kana gia kunyua
na riu ri o tugithia na mbere ndona andu guku no marathia mbere gukorwo magikinyia na ni ngumoritie kiuria honda mara matwire Mashujaa wao ni uriku ukoro hagu gitwandikira ndakiona mwena uyu wa Facebook Ken Wanansi ekuo na Ken Wanansi twakoro tukimuhe specific question akorwo agitwira
uhoro hihi ni ekire art and craft
akorwo agitwira uhoro ucio na ngira tukorwo tukimenya wega mundu gwitwo Buru kibande arakijira Mashujaa wakwa ni aciari akwa ni wega muno turirikanagia aciari no makurehire guku thi no na ni makurutire wira muingi kuma we munini koguo ni wega tukorwo tukimarumbuia Ken Wanansi urigera kiuga ya United Diaspora of Kiambu nisira mumete kuo
Okay, mundu gwitwo Ken ri ne gucerete mwena ucio
niguo
gwiciria auma na mihango mwena ucio wa UK riu nikuo ndagikorwo ngimutiga
niguo
gwiciria ni akirikitie mihango yake mwena ucio
na ni agikena muno arakijia ni akenete muno ni kuona kafio ikihinguritwo
riu mundu ndoi ne gugikara angiko gwiciria kafio ni yaikara
niguo
yaikara mwakana
nuthu actually
andu mahingiritwo uteguthii uria utarathia gwiciona rimwe andu riu ni marikinyaga handu
ni undu wa
kiria kora ndu roima nja thaa icio tondu hi ureciria iri okuo tondu ni kaundu hihi ukimenyerete
niguo
ukona hihi ukiuma nja mathaa mau ma thaa 4 thaa 5 thaa 6 ugakora turahitia
ni ukona ni uhititie muno na maundu aya ni maingi ni marahingicikanite na tukirora undu ungi akorwo akiaria ri ni akorwo akieria uhoro wa guthondeka thibitari new levels kana 50 siguko si 50 na akorwo akiallocate 2.3 billion iria sigukorwo sikiheano na nigetha guteithĩrĩria uhoro wa waki wa thibitari icio ririkana I think every county that is mena levels icio ko kaigwa level 4
level 5
level 3 oko wathi Thika kwina wathi Kiambu kwina yo wathi kundu kungi county ingi kwina yo koguo ntuge ni akorwo akiuga 50 50 ici gukorwo cigiako na nigetha gukorwo cigiteithĩrĩria andu aria mena mirimu mingi muno gukorwo makihona
ikauga ni kundu kuria hihi kwina andu ingi to kundu tutondu he kundu tangigitwara utangikiongerera thibitari aiga kuria kwina andu aingi ni kuo gukorwo gukiongererwo thibitari icio cia level 3 na tugakihoka ndeto yo ni gukorwo ikihiuhio kuhanika tondu andu ni marabatara utungata ucio wa health muno kwanja mahinda-ini ta maya tondu urakora mundu aragia tu complication tutiganite na ugakora he hende gwakinyete ugakora mundu agithie thibitari ri urorio wi wa county riku ukerwo asa thie kundu kuna ugakora warifayo county ya kwanyu tari nguhe example na kundu gugwitwo Murang'a ri ungira Murang'a na Thika ri town ya Thika na ya Murang'a ri kuringana na andu aria maumite gicigo gia Kandara kana Gatangari utungata wa magithi kugira Thika
niguo ona andu ingi mathia Thika
mutingithie Murang'a tondu akioli ukoraga Murang'a ona ko ni town nene ri haraihu na haria hihi ungithie ugakora wewe wa Murang'a ni wathie Thika no tondu Thika ni county ingi ya Kiambu ri ukerwa atiriri coka kaunti ya Murang'a uthi wathondekerwo kuo ukarigwa atiriri murimu ni ugugeterera hihi uthie kaunti ya kwanyu ireti uthondekerwo haria hakuhi na haria kwamukira utungata ucio ukora hihi nikio mundu ugwitwo President Uhuru wa Kenyatta agikorwo akiuga ni guko kwenda kuongererwo thibitari nigetha andu makorwo makiamukira utungata uyu wa ugima mwega wa mwiri kaunti-ini ciao kana hakuhi na kwao mucii
nginya uhoro wa cancer ri ati gukorwo andu marathie na kuunjari riu gwiciria maundu ni mekuhutha muno ni tondu ni akorwo akiuga kiria treatment ya cancer ni gukorwo guku Kenya koguo nduri batara guthie ko ni mbia iria riu Mukenya arakihuthira ko ni tigiti wa ndege wakorwo urahuthira milioni 10 wathie India guthondeka riu nduri gitinda ukihuthira urikoragwo urihonagira guku Kenya ni kuo rithondekagirwo aiko no amimenya tene koguo ni wega no ikigwa akiuga wikurane tene angiko wina cancer ugekurana tene na nigetha ikambia gukorwo igithondekwo
na ni kunyihia actually ginya cost ya guthi bururi wa nja tondu ti mbeca nini no gukora mundu angikimenya tene na akorwo agithondekerwo guku bururi wa Kenya ri cost ni yanyiha na mbeca iria ungiatumira hihi guthie na kuu njari ni ucio gutumira gugitumira
nikio gutumira
ya kana ma urigitani
ugithĩnĩka kana gutindo taru nyonaga andũ aingĩ magĩtua gũthiĩ thĩ wa nanja gũkorwo magĩthondekwo rĩ makoragwo mahũthĩraga mbia nyingĩ mũno ũgakora nginya mũndũ nĩ akire harambĩ ũgakora nginya nĩ wahotithia rita rĩa mbere mastina igana ũkahotithia rita rĩa kerĩ stina igana rĩa gatatũ cikaga rĩu ũkona nginya mũndũ ũcio nginya stage nĩ thire na mbere nĩ kũrire nona rĩu yarĩ arĩ stage igathi ikurite nona riu mundu ucio agakorwo ukona ati nginya riu ni gukua arakwa riria arahuthira mbia nona koguo
ni wega muno ni wega na ni undu wa gukenerera tugakihoka ndeto yo ni gukorwo igikinyanirio o toguo mundu gwitwo President Uhuru wa Kenyatta agikorwo akiranira undu ungiakorwo akiaririria ni uhoro wigie vaccination ya COVID-19
niguo
na akiuga bururi kuringana na uria ikoretwo ni marenda gukorwo ma vaccinated andu 10 million gugikinyiria muthia wa mwaka uyu gukinyiria December no akiuga onokorwo target ya Ministry ya Health irari 5.8 by now muthenya wa umuthi tugikungwira Mashujaa ma muthenya wa umuthi onokorwo ndeto ndina korwo igikinyanira wega hihi ri at least at least 5 million makoretwo magitheshwo na tugitara dose the first dose and the second dose andu acio ni makoretwo magitheshwo na ndeto yo ugakiona ni ndeto ya gukorwo igikenererwo muno na oho ni anyihia andu aria marakorwo magithie kanitha kuma 1/3 at least mongererwo riu marikoragwo me 2/3 uguo hihi aria maragikoragwo magithie kanitha wanyu ni munene ona andu mongererwo guthie kanitha-ini riu mutigakorwo na kigwatio aria mataragithia kanitha ni tondu Uhuru ni akiaririe
muthenya akiuga atiriri but if you don't follow the protocols you should not even interfere
hau no magiro no kuigua wega tondu
ubatie kuigua wega tondu riu ugukora andu aingi ni maihurire kanitha ugakora nginya ni mukirire 2/3 na bado mutirarumira protocols
mutiri na mask mutiga nginya social distance actually makanitha ni magiro no manyite wega muno haha mutinongererwo tufuri muongererwo tu na muige mitaratara na mawatho maria makigitwo ni Ministry ya Health ni undu wa kugiriria murimu uyu tutinerwo nduri kuo ni twerwo wikuo no onokorwo ni uthiete na mbere na gwika atia na gucuka tugitikire kuiga mawatho mau nigetha tutigakihingirwo bururi ringi tondu ningi koraga twahota kuhingurirwo ningi na baciongerereke twikore ni twahingirwo bururi na tutingienda uguo orona hanini uguo a Kenya tafadhali na mwirori witu wa Nice TV Kenya wetekere kurumirira mitaratara tutigagikore ningi ni twahingirwo bururi ringi
na ningire ni akorwo akihutia uhoro wigie njamba njithi na njamba njithi ni andu over 8 million matire na wira na last week mundu gwitwo deputy president kana mundu gwitwo William Ruto ni arakorirwo akiaria uhoro wa 4 million almost 4 million andu ayuthi mena marwa ugakora wina certificate ya kiria ya degree no riu nyumba ikiria rukungu no rukungu tu iragia ni tondu no agire wira na akorwo akiaria akiuga atiriri uhoro wigie kazi mtaani ri ni gukorwo ugithii na mbere na akorwo akiofa 10 billion iria cigukorwo cigiteithiria all the counties cigukorwo cigiteithia ciana icio cigukorwo cigiteithia mbeu njithi na nigetha gukorwo igiteithika na uhoro wigie
no ciana tondu riu wenjegu ukwenda kunjira mamu wanyu ndangigwita mwana ithiru mwana wake
mami ona njiraga akiuga utindaki watoto nawe ndeto icio twaragia na mundu gwitwo Thehuri mena mundu gwitwo John
ni ndiagirwo guciaria
ndeto icio ngiciaria ri ni gukorwo ugithuka na riu ningi nakorwo akiaria uhoro wigie petroleum and mining ministry ni akorwo akiaria kana uhoro wigie energy prices kana token kana horo wa thitima ni uthiete uhaicite niongerete urekiraga token ukorwo wekira fe igana ugakora ringi wa neo token 3 ukarigo ni atia no riu ni akorwo akiuga kana akorwo agethana mbere wa 24th December to make sure kana ruhonge ruru make sure na mbeu kana token ni thitima ni ciakorwo cikigwa by that %
wow
nona nigetha guteithiriria Kenya gukorwo makiriha biru no meruta ru mundu wi town uri agiekaga urakora urariha biru iguru ya thitima na ni urariha nyumba riu ugakora ni ugiekire muno
na umenye thitima i mabataro maingi tondu ni urakora ukienda njogu ni ndirona nguo yaku ni uhurite fathi na ndina madona hura na fathi ya makara uratumira ki
ya makara na ni kununga ona ndio ire ngwiciria ndahura makara ndi class 8
we njegora ndigwiciria ni fathi ya makara makara we
bathi ya makara nĩ njũĩ tondũ ndakĩhũraga kĩrĩa ndahũraga 87 ũngĩ mũndũ gwĩtwo Erikiem rĩ nĩ aririkana tondũ athiaga na kanyatha keho no nginya ngĩakahũria kwanza mũthenya wa kĩrĩa mũthenya ũrĩa agwĩtwo Max nĩ ithuĩ twarĩtwarithagio raini mũkara raini ũgakora no rĩu harĩa hatũmaga ũconoke ma nĩ ũhũre bathi ũguo ũcoke wĩro
namba cigana ona we ciĩna gĩconoko
kwĩrwo from number 59 to 60 ũcio wĩ hau gatagatĩ rĩu acio mathiĩ ũguo na acio angĩ nĩ mathiĩ class 6 we watigo class 5 na ndio ũkũnyoroketie nguo ma wari ũndũ mũru mũno
no ngwĩciria no wega tondũ warĩrĩ jogu ona korwo ndũrakinyitana gũkũ igũrũ rĩ smartness ũkĩrĩ nayo no rĩu nĩ ũndũ mwega mũno ũguo akorwo akĩaria na akiuga bei ĩgiĩ thitima nĩ gũkorwo ĩkĩgwa by 30% na makorwo makĩrwo atĩ 25 December makorwo make sure mũkenya agĩthiĩ kũrĩa thigũkũ akahũthĩra thitima ũrĩa wega ta wega
na wakorwo na limitation
na nĩ wega tondũ nona andũ by the way for the last 2 years kana andũ nĩ last 2 year andũ matiakorirwo makĩrũgia mwaka ũrĩa marũgagia ta kawaida andũ nĩ makaziirwo mũno na ngĩhoka metĩkĩra kũiga mĩtaratara rĩ mwaka ũyũ nĩ magakorwo magĩthi kũrĩa mathiaga kũrũgĩria mwaka kuo
na bado andũ rita rĩ ngwĩciria nĩ makenete mũno maiguĩte atĩ nĩ megũgĩthiĩ gũkorwo makĩrũgia mwaka ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire
nĩ maheo wĩyathi ũcio
tondũ ũndũ ũcio nĩguo megũkoretwo magĩetereire biũ oho nĩ akorwo agĩcoka akĩaria ũhoro wĩgiĩ kũĩka atĩ kũrehe njĩra ya kĩwerũ yani tugaga digitalizing
kana ya
kĩrĩu ya ũhoro wĩgiĩ ũheani title deeds mbere ũngĩrarutĩirwo title deeds warutithagia na mĩeri 6 but thaa nĩ akorwo akiuga rĩu ĩrĩheanagwo na 48 hours koguo within 48 ũrĩkorwo ũkĩregister na ũgakorwo ũkĩkorwo nĩ wahĩtũkia kana nyamũ yaku nĩ yakorwo ĩkiuma ũrĩa kwagĩrĩire na ũcio nĩ ũndũ mwega
na ũndũ ũyũ wa digital kana ũgĩtũmĩra technology ya kĩrĩu wega tondũ nĩ ũkũhota nginya gũ trace maũndũ marĩa marakorwo magĩthiĩ na mbere
na ũndũ ũcio rĩ gwĩciria andũ arĩa rĩu matarĩ na mĩgũnda ikana nĩ andũ aingĩ Kenyans ma affected nĩ ũndũ wa gũkorwo matarĩ mĩgũnda ũgakora mũndũ nĩ apply ta rĩu haha Kiambu rĩ haha mararĩ Garrison rĩ report yarĩ kuo iyo muthenya wa iyo yarehetwo nĩ mũndũ gwĩtwo Gathoni na report iyo yaragia ũhoro wa mũgũnda ũrĩa marakorwo KU magakorwo makĩgucania ũhoro wa mĩgũnda na nĩ ũndũ gũkorwo gĩteithĩrĩria mũno mũndũ ena title yake na ũndũ ũcio ũrĩkoragwo wĩna digital way koguo tito ũrĩa tũrekaga ũhoro wa maratathi taririkana ũngĩririkana hau mbere igoti rĩ mbere rĩa rutaga na maratathi ũgakora rĩu okorwo nĩ roya taru tuge nĩ witness
na bobothi ya maratathi
maratathi akuĩte mafairo maingĩ ona no mũcemanie nake ũgwe fairo agwe fairo ciguane kũhuthi no rutha ici nĩ na digital way nĩ ũkũhota gũkua fairo ciaku na thimũ koguo ndũtinda ũgĩthĩnĩka
ona to nginya ũkue maindo maingĩ wena kanyamũ kau kanini wena na nĩ wega tondũ nĩ ũrĩkoraga gũtirĩkoragwo na allocation ya title ya title deeds maita merĩ tondũ nĩ ũkoraga andũ maita maingĩ rĩ nĩ wenderio mũgũnda no hena mũndũ ũngĩ wĩna mũgũnda ũcio handũ ũgakora we nĩ worĩra na nĩ warutire mbeca ciaku ũgakora maũndũ ta mau nĩ marakoretwo makĩhanĩka hau kabere twakĩhoka tondũ rĩu maũndũ nĩ matuĩka digitalized gũtirĩkoragwo na search issues cia gũkorwo atĩ hihi title nĩ yaheanwo maita merĩ
ona ũndũ ũyũ rĩ nĩ ũkũrũgamia fake titles tondũ rĩu ũrakoraga nĩ ũthire Kangundo ũgathiĩ Thĩka ũkagũra mũgũnda ũgũrĩte wega ũkaruta mbia ciaku na ũgaka ũgacoka ũkaigua thutha wa mĩeri 6 mũgũnda ũcio ti waku gũka kũmbũrithia ihenya na magoka Gukunguira mokaga wega na title ĩngĩ magakwĩra mũgũnda ũyũ ũrona wandĩkĩtwo rĩ atĩa
na waruta yaku rĩu ũkarigwo rĩu mwathani tũkorwo nako na ngai by the way andũ nĩ marakoragwo na maũndũ ta macio na ũgakora nginya kwanja andũ aya akũrũ nĩ ũrakora nĩ marahota kũgũra tũmĩgũnda na tũbeca tũrĩa hihi makĩigĩire twa pension ũgakora rĩu andũ ta acio nĩ marakorwo makĩnyitwo nĩ kĩmako tondũ mũndũ ta ũcio nĩ ahaica thakame ũkaigua nĩ arwara cukari ũguo maũndũ mau nĩ megũkorwo makĩnyihanyihio hihi nĩ tondũ wa maũndũ marĩa makorwo magĩkĩrwo nĩ mũndũ gwĩtwo President Uhuru wa Kenyatta na ngamenyithio mathaa maitũ mathiĩte gũthira na tondu tutikwenda gutiga we hau hang'indi kana uragithi na mbere na gutwira hihi Shujaa waku no
niguo na ndona mathiite na mbere gukorwo makiandika muno mundu gwitwo John Warea ndiramona mundu gwitwo Theuri ni ndiramona guku mundu gwitwo Erikem no ndiramona mathiite gukorwo magitambura aciari ao na maraiga aciari ao ni abata muno
hena angi magerete kawaru ta mundu gwitwo Princess Rivera
niguo
ino igwa ritwa riu
acio mageraga kiria kuria
kawaru
acio nio mareka corruption
asa ndwe njira ne nyingi cia kuraga mbia
niguo
ini uguo ri o ri ungigera ri hatire njuru
niguo
na kendro na agigitwira mundu gwitwo Shujaa wake ni baba wao mundu gwitwo Roba October na kiuga mundu gwitwo Shujaa wake ni mamu wao
niguo
ndiciria boy child na their moms ni makoragwo me so close
taribu nawe ri ungifara ri githe ndo igwa watambura kiria wamba gutambura your dad tondu rucio niguo ukihanike
no wa kawaida
tuge ni undu wa kawaida
dads and their daughters na boys and their moms
niguo
no undu mwega
niguo na ni akoro akiaria tukirikiriria tuge no niyo ya muico tondu ndirona ingi na ni akoro akiaria horo wa bara akoro akiaria horo wa Nairobi Expressway area ina 27 kilometers na ni bara area nene pio igukoro inene thini wa Africa not only in Kenya but ginya Africa yothe koguo bara yo no niyo by the irathi na mbere gukorwo igiako na ni gukorwo igiteithiriria wega pio
na ni bara njega tondu no igitumite maundu mangi mahanike tondu he muthenya umwe witu wa guthoma mohoro haha arakiugire aragithomire mahoro ma andu gukorwo makimomorerwo
niguo manyumba
nigetha hihi barabara yo igikorwo igifit onoko kwina challenges ta icio ri ngukihoka barabara eno igioka kurika ri ni tugakorwo no ndu wa gwitira twita a Kenya no ndu wa kuigua cama tondu turakiona wira uria ukirutikite
ni ningio kigera express no amenyera amini hati andu murarugama guthie gutire gap gutie rando gutinda uking'ang'ana riu ni guthie no ta super highway na ni akorwo akiria uhoro wa kiria uhoro 791 kilometers cia new kana nisigo cigiako
barabara ingi njeru
nisigo cigiako riu wa matura ta Wajia kundu gwitoke no Sagana Kitale Kibwezi nisigo cigigera ku na ni undu mwega kuona ati thirikari itu ni irakorwo igithie na mbere na akorwo akiria uhoro wa 592 kilometers barabara area igukorwo inene area irakorwo igiako under the name of Mau Mau nigetha tukorwo tukiririkanaga aya Shujaa aitu koguo ni undu mwega muno kuona ati
na barabara yo ni ndironire ni ambitie gwakwa
niguo
tondu he andu ndiragereire muthenya wa ira na he handu ndiramitumilire actually
ni wamitumi koguo rende ni
ambitie gwakwa na riu ndeto yo ugagikora ni ndeto njega na tugakihoka maundu maya mothe ni megukorwo magithie o ta uria gwakirwo ni mundu gwitwo President Uhuru Muigai wa Kenyatta Rito gukihoka hau niho tugwikira gaturumo tondu gwiciria hena team igukorwo ikiingira haha ina few nigetha makorwo magiuka ni maigaga atia
ni kigoco mararehe kigoco riu matiagioka kurugia ona ndie kana muthi tuguthoma mohoro ma themwe
tukwamba kurugia
tondu ona makirara guku riu maguka gukumia Ngai
ni gukumia makumagia Ngai
na ndeona mundu gwitwarire mundu gwitwa Teresa Mwana Harusi arakijira atiriri my dad and my mom and my children are my heroes
ucio ni atambura nginya ciana ciake
ni undu mwega muno mundu gwitwa Becky arakijira mkofiti na hiyo maneno mnaongelelea iko poa
ni ngatho muno mundu gwitwa Becky
ni ri kadikiri no ndungitiga ndimere tutigugicemania
warikiria hau
tugucemania othe mwe haha na nigetha tuthie na mbere gukorwo tukimamenyithia mangi na maingi ni tondu maya ari no hani twahutiriria na nigetha tukorwo tukiingira
ni ngatho nyingi muno ni kuri andu ari othe makorwo makinyitanira na ithuĩ we mwirori witu na ungiririkana muthenya wa ira turagikwirite mundu ugwitwo Wairimu wa Gatwire mena mundu ugwitwo Wairobi wa Gatuma ni turamatumite muthenya wa ira matindete kuma muthenya wa iyo actually mathiete iyo riu makoretwo magithi na mbere na kurumirira ndeto eno kuma mehariria na nio matuma tukorwo na report njega kuma mwena uria wa Kirinyaga tugakumacokeria ngatho reporters acio aitu megwitwo Wairobi wa gatuma na our producers ndio no marakiruta wira muthaka mwega muno
arutete wira mwega biũ
tondu korwo ti undu ndika ni tungirahota gwika maundu maya turi aika tutingioka haha kurugama matari ho ni mararuta wira mwega na mundu ugwetwo Saimo ungi ugwetwo Theuri mundu ugwetwo John maruta wira mwega muno acio me kuria mwena wa Wanguru nio moima kuu ngwiciria hihi ni mambia kukiambia thabari yao ya gugicoka
studio tukiaria mundu ugwetwo horo mundu ugwetwo Eric niwe ukurugamire mwena ucio wa production mena mundu ugwetwo Mburu na ni maruta wira mwega muno na ndirona nginya mundu ugwetwo Theuri mena mundu ugwetwo Simon me kuria mwena uria wa Nguru manajira mokete guka mena mundu ugwetwo Gatuire irimu ucio wa Gatuire
mwena wa Irobi no wega no twake marugamirira mwena uyu wa studio
ni ndimerire atiriri ndiko ikara haha na inyue
ekuithiage ne kuma na mundu ugwetwo kuma na floor manager ugwetwo Brenda Njoroge
ucio niwe tio mekire so ati njuire yaku ni yakiagirira
neguo
no ithuĩ tutire mibangire
eho na inye mutingikiaga mibangire
neguo
tondu angikorwo he mundu kiuma hwa guthondeke ri ni angigwikite uguo uguo mundu gwetwo Brenda Njoroge tugagicokia ngatho ni tondu wa wira mwega urathie na mbere na kuruta tugicokerie timu itu ya engineering ono no marakiruta wira mwega ni tondu wa gutigirira machine ni njega mundu gwetwo Douglas ni we auma mwena ucio wa gutigirira machine na mitambo ni yathie na mbere wega mena mundu gwetwo Guka Njevu na he mundu ngi tutangeriganirwo our cameraman ni maruta wira mwega tugakimacokeria ngatho ona tugakiuga ni wira mwega marathi na mbere na kuruta tugutirihera hau na ni getwo Shiko wa Mwangi ni tugacemania muthenya wa Friday rucire na hwaini tukirane maingi megie maria marathi na mbere na kuhanika ni ngatho
nina ningeto Njogua wa Njikũ tugukorwo tugicemania wega cihanda themwe nigetha ngoro ngikumenyithia maya na mangi maingi ndukarigana guku nakuo ni kwa Nice TV Kenya mucio wa gikeno uturume kuria mwena wa Facebook Nice TV Kenya mwena wa YouTube Nice TV Kenya mwena wa Twitter
@Nice TV Kenya
na mwena wa IG
@Nice TV Kenya
tutikionane thina mbere gutwirorera amutimu ya kigoco iha